Good morning to you, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Wednesday morning, November 13th, and I'm Jeanne Francine. As we come on the air, we do begin our newscast with the very latest as relates to President-elect Donald Trump. And we know we will have to wait a little longer to learn his fate in that New York hush money case. Fox's Rebecca Castor joining us from Washington on the state judge's ruling on Trump's sentencing.
New York State Judge Juan Merchan is pressing pause on President-elect Donald Trump's criminal hush money case, deciding to postpone a decision on whether or not to undo Trump's conviction.
I think that his attorneys are eager to appeal not just any sentence, but the underlying trial. And so I don't feel that this is necessarily welcome news by the Trump team.
Trump was found guilty back in May of falsifying business records related to payments made in 2016 to former porn star Stormy Daniels to cover up an alleged affair the two had. Just a month after the conviction, the Supreme Court ruled ex-presidents can't be prosecuted for actions they took while in office, and prosecutors can't cite those actions in cases centered on purely personal conduct.
His personal interest is obviously his criminal liability. The public interest is whether having the proceedings interferes with his ability to carry out his constitutional duties as president.
After that Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity, Merchan said he would decide by today whether to keep the verdict, order a new trial, or dismiss the conviction altogether. But Trump's legal team requested a delay over the weekend, and Merchan now says he'll make a ruling on November 19th.
Saying that because Donald Trump is now president-elect, it raises all kinds of new constitutional questions. On one hand, the immunity issue from the Supreme Court, but also sentencing, given that he obviously wouldn't be able to execute that sentence because he will be at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Donald Trump's sentencing is scheduled for November 26th, but it's unclear at this point whether that date will hold or not. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much, and joining us live this morning to further discuss the very latest in President-elect Trump's hush money case, none other than trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal. Jeremy, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Jeanne.
So a lot to dissect. If you can recap how we even got to yesterday, a lot of people thinking a decision will come down, and pretty much it's a wait-and-see game until the end of November.
A lot of moving parts here. Basically, what Trump's team is arguing is, look, the people have spoken in the United States, and the New York court should respect that. And New York, obviously, the courts have the laws that they have to follow. So kind of breaking this down and sort of looking at it, let's look at it first, obviously, from Donald Trump's standpoint. From his standpoint, I mean, he wants the case done. He doesn't want to face criminal sentencing. Who would in this instance? And he's throwing the kitchen sink, if you will, at the judge. Look, the American people have spoken. This is going to be a constitutional crisis. I can't go to jail because I'm going to be at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. It's not in the best national interest. All of these things. And not the least of which is, look, the immunity opinion, which was issued last summer, also entitles me to relief because the jury was able to consider things that the Supreme Court, after the fact, said, look, they shouldn't have considered it. That's what Donald Trump is trying to do. From the people's standpoint, if you will, the state of New York, they want to keep their conviction. And I don't think that they want to just say that we were just kidding here and that none of these things really matter and, well, we'll just let bygones be bygones. I think they're trying to see a way to keep their conviction. And they've made it clear yesterday that they don't want to interfere with the transfer of power. They don't want to interfere with the American people's vote or Donald Trump's presidency. So how do you reconcile these things? How do you balance these things? Ultimately, they asked for a week to tell Judge Merchan what it is that they want to do. Judge Merchan, it sounds like, was prepared to issue his opinion, at least on the Supreme Court ruling yesterday, but we're playing a wait-and-see game as to what happens now.
Thank you for that detailed breakdown, Jeremy. And the question many people have this morning, is this delay a good thing for President-elect Trump, or does it allow for more evidence and other accusations to come forth?
In the criminal defense world, any day that you walk out of the courtroom is a good day, right? Any delay is a good thing, which has been the case for all of his criminal cases from this point forward. So this is I think, a good thing too. The worst thing could have happened was Judge Merchan just sustain the conviction yesterday. That didn't happen, and the Alvin Bragg's office and the Manhattan District Attorney, they basically said, look, you bring up a lot of good points, Mr. Trump and your legal team. We're going to have to think about them. Now, again, I don't expect them to come back and say, oh, you're right about everything, and because the state of Indiana voted for you, we're just going to drop this whole thing. I don't think that happens either. Remember, Alvin Bragg's an elected official, too, for his own jurisdiction. So I anticipate that they're going to do what they can do to fight and keep their conviction.
So the question now is, what happens during this waiting period? What happens for the defense and what happens for the people?
We'll see what happens in a week. Like I said, I think that probably what happens is Alvin Bragg and his team come back and say, listen, we'll wait until after your presidency is over, and then we'll revisit sentencing. I don't think they want Donald Trump appealing it, at least not right now, for the reason that if Donald Trump appeals these things and they make their way to the federal courts, well, that's been problematic so far for anybody trying to go after Mr. Trump. So I think that they're reluctant to sort of do that. And if Donald Trump appeals the case now, it comes back to the New York court. It goes up the chain and it comes back down to the chain. And it does so probably 2026, 2027, 2028, when Mr. Trump is in the White House. And then you're right back where you started, right? Which is, we don't want to interfere with Mr. Trump's presidency. So I think you want to just sort of hit the pause button on this. And if you're Judge Merchan, you also probably want to delay this too. I mean, I don't think that I think that having this conviction out over Donald Trump's head over the next 4 years is, if you're the judge, is probably a good thing, right? You would think that it gets the defendant in this case to behave, and maybe it prevents us from, prevents Judge Merchan from having his taxes audited every year.
Well, Jeremy, we know President-elect Donald Trump has been very vocal throughout this entire case, saying that this is pretty much a witch hunt. And this is not only a witch hunt against him, but also a witch hunt against the judicial system as a whole, a waste of taxpayer dollars, as he's put it. With your criminal background, how do you see this going and playing a role with those comments that President-elect Trump has made?
Again, putting my prosecutor hat on and thinking of it in from their standpoint, I think the worst thing that Alvin Bragg could do would be to just say, okay, you're right, we were just kidding this whole time, and we were wrong about this, and we're sorry. I think that if he were to do that or say that, I think that that would be, I don't think that would go over well with his constituents. And you don't see politicians who just say, you know what, we were wrong, and all the hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars that we just spent, we didn't mean it. I don't see that happening. And Donald Trump, he does what he calls the weave, right, which is with his rhetoric and his way of addressing the public, his way of addressing these things, says a lot of things. So I don't know that the DA's office in Manhattan or the judge takes a lot of those things too literally or too seriously. They've made it clear they are going to respect the will of the people, which is pretty unprecedented. I mean, if I'm defending a person, if I go to court and I say, Judge, my client just took a new job, we really don't want to be sentenced for another 5 years. That's not going to happen, but it's happening here, which I think for Mr. Trump is, at a minimum, he needs to, or I think he would be very happy about that.
Jeremy, some questions this morning from the viewers as it relates to the difference between the ruling and the sentencing. Could you break that down and explain the difference? Do they correlate, or are they two standalone instances?
That's a great question. what happens is when you have a trial, right, you have certain legal mechanisms that are sort of in place. You have an indictment, which is the charge. You impanel a jury that has a lot of legal significance. Then you have a jury verdict that again has a lot of legal significance, and the judge is bound by law to accept that verdict. What that does at that point is think of it in terms of football. That puts the prosecution first and goal, or if you will, to kick an extra point. That's sentencing. So the sentencing at that point is it's a legal function. It is somewhat a certainty, right? Now the judge has a lot of options as what he can do at this point. One of which is obviously prisoner jail, which again I think seems extremely unlikely, and it sounds like the Manhattan DA obviously agrees with that. Legally, it's still possible, right? Just the way I can walk out of my house and get struck by lightning, even though it's not raining here today. I mean, these things, you know, in theory can happen. Doesn't sound like it will. Or the judge can delay the sentencing, or the judge can probate it, put him on some kind of probation. The judge has all these different options, but these are, to your point, are two very different things that have happened. Number one is you had all these legal prerequisites that sort of locked you into where you are now. And the other part of this is I don't know that legally the judge can just say, okay, poof, it's done, at least without not some legal reasoning, right? That's what that Trump immunity opinion may provide the judge, is some legal reasoning to set the clock over again. But he can't just do it just because, again, Donald Trump can't come and say, or he can try to say, look, I won an election in the United States. I won Kentucky, Indiana, all these other states. Therefore, you have to reverse this. Not a lot of legal basis for that argument.
Trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for waking up bright and early to join us. Many people are keeping a close eye on this Trump hush money case, and we appreciate the detailed breakdown. I hope you have a great and safe rest of your day.
You too, Gina.
Thank you. The time now 6:09 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with those breaking news headlines, top stories, and of course, your live events of your Wednesday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. As we further discuss President-elect Donald Trump on this Wednesday morning, a new shot coming into our Live Now from Fox studio that I want to share from you. Not only is it a beautiful sunrise out in the Sunshine State, it's also important as we look ahead to events today. You're taking a live look there at that causeway out in Mar-a-Lago, as we will soon see that caravan for President-elect Donald Trump as he will head to the airport to soon depart to head to Washington, D.C. As we know, President-elect Trump and current President Joe Biden, they have a meeting slated this morning for 11 o'clock Eastern time, where they will discuss a peaceful transition of power, among other things. So just wanted to show you all this live look, and you can see out in full force this morning, security and local law enforcement, so that this caravan is a safe one for President-elect Trump. I want to give you a different view this coming there under the causeway, just so you can see how security is there in full force, not leaving anything unturned on this Wednesday morning. We're also keeping a close eye on this Wednesday at the Capitol. This shot taking us out to Washington, D.C., where you can see the U.S. Capitol beautifully lit there. The sunrise not up just yet in this area. And we know lawmakers returned to Washington this week after 6 weeks away from the nation's capital. Republicans now have control of the Senate and are on track to maintain their majority in the House as well. Well, now the focus this morning is shifting to which Republicans will hold the top leadership positions in Congress. As Fox's Rebecca Castor reports on this Wednesday, President-elect Donald Trump is sure to have some influence.
On Capitol Hill Tuesday, returning to Washington for the first time since last week's red wave. The GOP flipped the Senate and is on the cusp of maintaining control of the House.
We believe in our hearts that America's best days are ahead of us, and we're excited to deliver upon that promise.
Louisiana Congressman Mike Johnson is likely to keep his role as Speaker of the House. The bigger question is which Republican will lead the new Senate. Mitch McConnell is stepping down after leading his party for nearly 2 decades.
If we don't have the right leader in the Senate, then what's going to happen is all the things that Donald Trump wants to do is going to get bogged down, not going to happen.
Florida Senator Rick Scott is one lawmaker vying for the role. He's up against Texas Senator John Cornyn and Senate Minority Whip John Thune.
In the end, the senators who are going to be voting, they know me. They know my record and how hard we've worked.
Scott is seen as the most aligned with the president-elect. Donald Trump has not endorsed a candidate, but his close ally Elon Musk is supporting Scott. Wednesday, senators will vote by a secret ballot.
We will pick a leader who will advance President Trump's agenda.
So far, Trump has tapped 2 House Republicans to join his administration. Elise Stefanik is nominated for ambassador to the United Nations, and Mike Waltz has been offered the role of national security advisor. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Rebecca, thank you so much for that detailed breakdown. And in her story, we are looking ahead today to the GOP Senate. We know they will vote on that new majority leader. Joining us live this morning to further discuss what we can expect is Josh McCoon, chairman of the Georgia Republican Party. Josh, a pleasure to have you on the show. Good morning to you.
Thank you so much for having me.
So a lot of eyes are on this vote that will happen later today. Set the stage for us. We are just days after that presidential election, now knowing that President-elect Trump will be the next commander-in-chief. What brings us to this point today, and how important is this election?
Well, obviously, who the majority leader in the Senate is tremendously important. They control the flow of legislation through the Senate, getting President Trump's legislative agenda passed, of course, also getting his cabinet appointments confirmed, and those all-important judicial appointments. It's certainly my expectation President Trump will be nominating and getting confirmed to the bench many federal judges and perhaps some additional U.S. Supreme Court picks for him. So the majority leader is going to play a key role in the success of this administration.
Josh, you raise a great point about that influence from President-elect Donald Trump. Set the stage for us, please. And then if you could also share some of the rumblings you're hearing about who could potentially get that top spot.
Well, you know, there are 3 people who have put their names forward. Senator Thune from South Dakota, Senator Cornyn from Texas, and Senator Rick Scott from Florida. And while President Trump certainly has not come out and endorsed anyone or made a public statement on this, a lot of President Trump's allies are talking about Senator Scott from Florida. I've endorsed Senator Scott for majority leader, again, just because he seems to be the one of the 3 candidates available that has made it explicitly clear that he is going to get behind President Trump's agenda in a very aggressive way, do whatever is necessary to make sure these confirmations happen very quickly. Obviously, the first 100 days of an administration are critical. They really set the tone. And so getting President Trump's team in place is a really key part of getting the administration moving. And so I think Senator Scott, with his executive background in the private sector as a former governor, he understands how important this is. And that's why and I think a lot of other people that want to see this agenda move quickly are for Senator Scott.
Yeah, Josh, a lot of people share that sentiment this morning. And when you discuss that aggressiveness to stand behind President-elect Trump, many people think about the aggressiveness that is needed for inflation, the economy, border security, border control, illegal immigration. Break that down as well, please, and how why many people are endorsing Scott this morning on that front as well.
Well, you make a great point. You know, the American people chose President Trump in historic numbers because they want change, and they want that change delivered quickly. And so, you know, if you get your, for example, your cabinet picks mired down in a confirmation process that drags on for months, it delays how quickly that change can be delivered. Because even if you could install these cabinet picks on day one, it takes time to get their teams in place and to do the things they need to do administratively to begin to move the president's agenda forward. So the speed of this initial package of nominees and the speed of the initial legislative package is so important because, of course, even after you take that action, it takes time to then implement those changes. So the faster the Senate can act on these important pieces of legislation and nominees, the faster that change that President Trump has promised on the economy, on the border, can be delivered.
If we look across party lines this morning, Josh, how important is it to have a Senate majority leader that can also relate to Democrats? And I ask you that because President-elect Trump has mentioned unity several times and also saying this is America's problem. This isn't a Republican problem. It's not a Democrat problem, especially when we think about the topics we just mentioned about the economy and also border security.
Yeah, so immigration, I think, is a good place to start with that. So President Trump's got executive actions he can take on day one to begin to address the issues at the southern border, basically take the handcuffs off the Border Patrol to start dealing with those issues. But longer term, there will need to be legislation to continue to support this policy. And, you know, if you look at the polling, Democrats and Republicans agree on a lot of these immigration questions. So having a majority leader like Rick Scott, who as a governor had to work with members of both parties to get his legislative agenda through, he's got a unique skill set to then come in as the majority leader of the U.S. Senate and do that. Same thing when it comes to the economy. Trump tax cuts are going to be expiring. There are lots of different legislative pieces to get the economy moving again. And some of those are going to be subject to Senate filibuster, which means you're going to want to bring Democrats on board. You're going to get over that 60-vote threshold. So it's not something where you can just ignore the Democrats for the entire scope of this Congress. There are going to be pieces of business that to get them done, you're going to need a working relationship with Senate Democrats. And that's another thing that I believe Senator Scott brings to the table.
Josh McCoon, a pleasure to have you join us bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate your thoroughness and candidness as many eyes are looking ahead to this vote this morning. Anything else you'd like to add before we let you go? Anything we need to be keeping a close eye on? It's a lot of moving parts, so sometimes things can get lost in translation.
Well, you know, one thing about this vote to watch as it occurs is there are three candidates. There'll probably be more than one round of voting. So that third place candidate's going to get removed from the process. It'll go to the top two. So a big question mark here is where will those votes go in the second round? So that's something to watch for as the vote takes place today.
Great point you made this morning, Josh. Thank you so much again for joining us. I hope you have a great and safe rest of your day.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. I want to give you another live look there at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. And a quick content reminder slated for 9:30 this morning Eastern time. That's when GOP senators will vote on that majority leader. Of course, if we get any live looks inside or we get any press conferences surrounding this, you'll be the first to know. And of course, you'll get to see it right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 6:22 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .24 is the time, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Getting back to the shots out in the Sunshine State of Florida, you're getting a live look there at the Causeway in Mar-a-Lago as President-elect Trump will be en route to the airport to head out to Washington, D.C. to meet with President Joe Biden. Another shot we are getting this morning, this one taking us out to the airport directly, and you can see we finally have a shot of the airplane along with that breezeway where President-elect Trump and his team will board the airplane to have a safe trip there to the nation's capital. Of course, when we get that shot of President-elect Trump getting on the plane, we will bring it to you. Hopefully, we might get some words from him, as sometimes he does speak to the media ahead of his travels, looking in and seeing who's getting on the plane right now. That is not President-elect Trump, but seeing that people are boarding, that is a good sign that those comments could happen momentarily. So we will be keeping a close eye on this shot this morning. On this Wednesday, though, a lot of things to be discussed. We know with President Joe Biden and President-elect Trump's discussion, there are a lot of things that could be discussed, ranging from peaceful transfer of power, domestic policy, foreign policy, the economy, even conflicts in the Middle East. And speaking of that conflict, I want to give you a live look out in Beirut, Lebanon, as airstrikes have been ongoing on this Wednesday morning between Israel and Hezbollah. We know U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken spoke this morning during a NATO meeting about the conflict in the Middle East. I want to play those comments for you now.
Well, good morning, everyone. First, it's a pleasure, as always, to be back at NATO. We had very good discussions with Secretary General Mark Rutte. Delighted to see him at the helm of the alliance in this critical moment, as well as with all of our NATO colleagues at the North Atlantic Council. The purpose of this visit is to focus our efforts on ensuring that Ukraine has the money, the munitions, and the mobilized forces to fight effectively in 2025, or to be able to negotiate a peace from a position of strength. And this is a critical moment because we see, first, the ongoing Russian onslaught against Ukraine in the east, as well as against civilians, against critical energy infrastructure. We see now the introduction of North Korean forces into the fight. And this is a profound and incredibly dangerous development in two ways. First, of course, because it's adding fuel to the fire for Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And that's of deep concern to everyone around the NATO table. But it's also a two-way street. The relationship between Russia and North Korea is working in both directions. And there's deep concern about what Russia is or may be doing to strengthen North Korea's capacities, its missile capacity, its nuclear capacity, as well as the experience that the North Korean forces are getting in their efforts to support Russia against Ukraine. So there's a clear commitment that this gets, and it will get, a firm response from the alliance, from many countries that are concerned both in the Euro-Atlantic theater and in the Indo-Pacific. As we're working to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to effectively defend itself, the United States continues to step up. We've obligated just recently and pushed out the door another $8 billion in security assistance for Ukraine. That was in September. Another almost $500 million just a few weeks ago. And President Biden is committed to making sure that every dollar we have at our disposal will be pushed out the door between now and January 20th. We're making sure that Ukraine has the air defenses it needs, that it has the artillery it needs, that it has the armored vehicles it needs. But as always, this is not just the United States. We have more than 50 countries working actively in support of Ukraine. And as I said before, this is maybe the best example of burden sharing that I've ever seen in the 32 years that I've been doing this. The United States has dedicated about $100 billion to Ukraine. Allies and partners around the world, $150 billion. And we continue to see that every day. But it's also a moment for everyone to do more. And we're counting on European partners and others to strongly support Ukraine's mobilization with training and equipment for these forces. We need to see more artillery, more air defenses, more munitions getting to the Ukrainians. And we had a good conversation about all the work that allies and partners will be doing to step up to this moment as well. It's also, more broadly, an important moment for the alliance. And we discussed this with the Secretary General and with our colleagues around the North Atlantic Council. We'll be looking in the weeks ahead at the strategy that NATO has for dealing with Russia, and particularly making sure that we have the strongest possible defense and deterrence. We'll be looking at what we're doing to deal with some of the challenges posed by China, including the support that China is giving to Russia in the war of aggression through its support for Russia's defense industrial base. We'll be looking at the challenge of hybrid threats, including those coming from Russia. All of this is front and center in our agenda, but today the focus was intensely on what we're doing and what we're doing together to make sure that Ukraine's in the strongest possible position heading into 2025. Finally, this. As we were looking at the state of our alliance, not just in the struggle with Russia for Ukraine, but more broadly, I think we can say that we have an alliance that is stronger, bigger, more effective than it's ever been as a result of the work of the last 4 years. And the ongoing importance of making sure that we have a strong NATO, one that we're engaged in, invested in, and helping to lead, I think that could not be more vital than it is now. Here's what we know. Here's what we know from history over these last 75 years. And here's what we know looking forward. the best way to defend our countries, to prevent wars, to have security, is through the investments we're making in NATO and in our other alliances and partnerships. NATO in particular is founded on this principle. An attack on one is an attack on all. And that means that any would-be aggressor, anyone looking to take the fight to a NATO country, knows that if they do that, they have to take on all NATO countries. That is the strongest possible deterrent to war. It's the best way to prevent war in the first place. It's the best way to ensure our security. And that's why it's so vital that we continue to invest in this extraordinary alliance and continue to lead in this extraordinary alliance. Happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Ching.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Good morning.
Several questions for you, if you can indulge me. On Ukraine, is there any development lifting restrictions on long-range fires? What can the U.S. realistically do to improve the situation in Ukraine in the remaining time you have that cannot be easily undone? Are there any new ideas you hope to implement, and can you also outline specific actions the U.S. and NATO allies do in response to North Korea's direct support for Russia's war in Ukraine? On Gaza, many humanitarian organizations are saying the situation in Gaza has actually gotten worse since you sent your letter 30 days ago, and that Israel has failed to address several of the listed concerns. Moving forward, what motivation will Israel have to improve the conditions on the ground when you fail to follow through on your previous warnings? Thank you.
Thanks very much. So on Ukraine, as I said, the president is determined that we push every dollar out the door that we have at our disposal, notably from the $61 billion supplemental that was passed on a bipartisan basis by Congress some months ago. And we're on track to do exactly that. So the drawdowns that we can do from our military equipment, they will go forward. Obligating funds, that will go forward. And that should ensure that Ukraine continues to receive from us what it needs. But equally important is the work of our allies and partners. And as I said, we have 50 countries that have been acting in support of Ukraine. And I'm convinced from the conversations we have today and the conversations we have virtually every day that that support will continue. And not only continue, I expect it to increase, and that our partners will continue to more than pick up their share of the burden. So that's critical. In terms of exactly what we're doing, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Every month that we've been engaged in defense of Ukraine since the Russian aggression, we have adapted and adjusted to the needs of Ukraine. As the battlefield changes, as what Russia is doing changes, as new elements are introduced, for example, the North Korean forces. And I can tell you that we will continue to adapt and adjust, again, to make sure that Ukraine's in the strongest possible position to deal with this aggression, to deter further aggression, to effectively defend itself. On the Middle East and on Gaza, let me be very clear about both the intent and the effect of the letter that Secretary Austin and I sent a month ago to our Israeli counterparts. The intent was to inject a sense of urgency with Israel to take necessary steps to address the dire humanitarian situation of children, women, and men in Gaza. The effect has been that of the 15 steps that we urged action on, Israel has taken action, either in implementing or being in the process of implementing 12 of the 15 steps. There are three big issues that still need to be addressed that come from the letter. First, making sure that when Israel engages in an operation and people have been evacuated from an area, that once that operation is done, it rescind the evacuation order so that people can return. And we can start to take down some of this horrific overcrowding that we're seeing in parts of Gaza where people have been sent to. So that's one. Second, we want to see, along with the humanitarian assistance that's getting in, commercial trucks getting in with commercial goods. This is vital because so many of the things that the commercial truckers bring in, including things like fruits and vegetables, are absolutely essential to the balanced nutrition for people in Gaza. That in turn is critical to making sure they have the immunities they need to fight off disease. And that's not something normally the humanitarians do. This comes in through commercial means. The challenge there, in terms of restoring commercial trucking, has been a huge problem of lawlessness and looting inside of Gaza that needs to be addressed, and that we're working on finding a solution to. That right now there are 900 trucks that are inside of Gaza at Kerem Shalom, but backed up. They can't be distributed because of this looting and because of the criminality. So it's imperative that that be addressed. Israel has responsibilities to do that. We're also working with Egypt. And then, in my judgment, maybe most significantly, we need to see real and extended pauses in large areas of Gaza, pauses in any fighting, in any combat, so that the assistance can effectively get to people who need it. There are huge challenges in that regard, but we've also seen real solutions. The polio vaccination campaign was the one thing that's been very successful in Gaza. Hundreds of thousands of children got polio vaccines. But critical to success in doing that was having extended pauses for days, not simply hours, as is the case right now, to make sure that everyone bringing assistance in has the ability to bring it in and to distribute it and to have space to do that. So we will be working on this intensely in the days ahead. I'll be discussing this further with President Biden. And the responsibility that Israel has in terms of making sure that assistance to the best of its ability can get to people who need it is an ongoing responsibility. And I believe that the steps that it's taken over the last weeks to address what we had in our letter, those steps would not have been taken absent the letter. But it's also critical, as the letter made clear, that not only are these steps taken, but they need to be fully implemented and they need to be sustained if they're going to have effect. Yes, the last month has been terrible for people. The letter went out already. We were into October. We're starting to see, as I said, implementation of most of the steps that we've laid out. It will take some time for them to have an effect. And again, they have to be fully implemented. They have to be sustained. But even with that, I think it's essential that we see things like more extended pauses. Now, the hard bottom line truth is also this. Even with all of these steps, the situation is so difficult and so dramatic that to fully redress it, to fully answer the needs of people, the best way to do that is to end the war. And from my perspective, what we've seen is this. Israel, by the standards it set itself, has accomplished the goals that it set for itself, the strategic goals it set for itself. It was rightly determined to make sure, to the best of its ability, that October 7th could never happen again. And to do that, it said that it needed to dismantle the military organization of Hamas and to get the leadership that was responsible for October 7th. It's done both of those things. So this should be a time to end the war. To do that, I think we need two things fundamentally. One is we have to make sure that the hostages come home, including the 7 Americans. We've been working, as you know, on trying to get an agreement on a hostage and ceasefire deal. Hamas, tragically, has demonstrated that it's not going to engage on that, despite the renewed efforts we've made in recent weeks. It's one of the reasons why Qatar has told them to leave Qatar. But we also need to make sure that we have a plan for what follows. And this is something I've been working on intensely in recent weeks, so that if Israel decides to end the war and we find a way to get the hostages out, we also have a clear plan so that Israel can get out of Gaza, and we make sure that Hamas is not going back in. So those plans, we're moving ahead as intensely as we can to flesh them out and put them in place. But short of ending the war, which we believe now is the time to move to that, we have to see these humanitarian steps fully implemented, sustained, and as I said, particularly with regard to pauses, having more extensive pauses. One final thing on this. Israel has to meet these responsibilities. And we will be tracking this every single day. I would note, though, as well, that it's extraordinary to me that as from almost day one, there is no focus on Hamas and almost deafening silence around the world on Hamas. Not only has it rejected engaging on the hostage ceasefire proposals, not only has it rejected even smaller proposals that would have cost it nothing to release a small number of hostages and actually have Palestinian prisoners released from Israeli jails in return. Not only that, but a couple of weeks ago, Israel said, we will guarantee safe passage for every Hamas militant out of Gaza. Just give us the hostages back. And they refused. Is anyone talking about that? The world's been silent on that too. So it would be good to also see some genuine, sustained, effective pressure on Hamas to do its part to end something that it started, and that the Palestinian people who were caught in this crossfire of Hamas's initiation didn't start and themselves are powerless to stop.
Zoriana Stepanenko.
Thank you so much for giving me the floor. Secretary Blinken, you just mentioned that since Russian full-scale invasion has broke out in 2022, you and United States partners are adjusting to Ukraine's current needs. However, Ukraine has outlined its own needs in so-called victory plan presented by Zelensky to the United States leadership, and one of the needs is to lift the restrictions of using the long-range weapon deep inside Russian territory. Is there any chance that you will review your current decision and finally will lift those restrictions, and what are the obstacles?
So first, we're addressing many of the needs that are laid out in the victory plan. That's something that we discussed with allies and partners today. And as I said a moment ago, the hallmark of our support for Ukraine, starting in February of 22 and carrying forward to today, is making sure that we're adapting and adjusting to Ukraine's needs as the battlefield changes, as what Russia is doing changes, where the front lines are, how the war is being conducted, how the aggression is being conducted. And I am convinced that we will continue to adapt and adjust as necessary. Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking this morning out in Brussels during this NATO meeting. Specifically, this presser was about Middle East conflict. Putting that into perspective on the right side of your screen with the airstrikes underway in Beirut, Lebanon. But we're also keeping a close eye this morning on the top story, and that's President-elect Trump soon departing to D.C. to meet with current President Joe Biden. I actually want to bring this shot full for you here at 6:44 on the East Coast. As we continue to monitor this causeway out in Mar-a-Lago, we are awaiting that caravan of President-elect Donald Trump as he heads to the airport to speak with current President Joe Biden. One of the main things this morning about this conversation relates to a peaceful transfer of power. So we want to hear from you on this Wednesday. Do you think Biden and Trump's meeting today will offer a peaceful transfer of power? 3 options this morning: yes, no, or maybe you are uncertain. To select your vote, just scan that QR code on your screen, or go to livenowfox.com/connect. We'll show the responses throughout the morning as we are anticipating President-elect Trump to soon depart to D.C. to meet with President Joe Biden. The time now 6:45 on the East Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Wednesday morning as we continue with your top stories and headlines. I want to get back to this shot out in Mar-a-Lago, the Causeway, as we are anticipating President-elect Donald Trump to soon cross over in that caravan as he heads to the airport. We do know slated for 11 o'clock this morning Eastern time. President-elect Donald Trump will have a joint meeting with President Joe Biden to discuss many topics, including a peaceful transfer of power. So we're asking you this morning, I showed you all this poll before the break. We're asking you to vote by scanning that QR code on your screen or go to livenowfox.com/connect. Do you think Biden and Trump's meeting today will offer a peaceful transfer of power? Several votes coming in already, sitting at 81%. Many of you think yes, while 13% of you say no, and 6% say you are uncertain, and that's okay. Continue to let us know what you think, and throughout the morning, we will continue to show this poll. And as we mentioned before the break, we know that U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, he is out in Brussels, Belgium for a NATO meeting. Before the break, we played out his remarks as it relates to conflict in the Middle East, which is also probably a topic of conversation between Trump and Biden today. But we also know that the NATO Secretary General had a joint presser with Blinken as well this morning before we came on the air. I want to play those brief comments for you now.
Time that China, through sanction circumvention, through dual-use goods being delivered into Russia, is helping the war effort. And of course, Iran is doing this through drone technology and other deliveries into Russia. And here, Russia is paying in money. And this helps Iran to continue its efforts to destabilize the Middle East and even beyond the Middle East. So what you see here, and this is what we discussed this morning, that the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific, these are not two separate theaters. This is all getting more and more combined. And what is happening in Ukraine has an impact now globally. That means that we have to stay the course, that we have to ramp up defense production on the US side, here in Europe, that we have to do more in terms of spending, and that we have to do more to make sure that Ukraine can prevail. But again, Tony, you have been 4 years in this role. You have been a huge support for NATO. You have visited many times. You have many friends here. I really want to thank you for your leadership. Of course, so far, but also over the next 2 months. We will need you in that role. And thank you for being here and being the man you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Well, it's always very good to be at NATO, and as Mark said, not exactly our first visit. In fact, I think we have an apartment here now, so that can take advantage of all of these visits, and we always feel very much at home. But I have to say, first of all, we're so gratified to have the alliance in such strong, capable hands with Secretary General Rutte. And this, going forward, to me is a point of tremendous confidence for the alliance and for everything that we need to do together. We had a very productive discussion today about our ongoing support for Ukraine in the face of an ongoing Russian aggression. As well, this added element now of DPRK, North Korean forces, injected into the battle, and now quite literally in combat, which demands and will get a firm response. We see increasingly the indivisibility of security between and among these different theaters, the Euro-Atlantic theater, the Indo-Pacific theater, the Middle East, and it's critical that we find ways to work ever more closely together. One of the things that NATO's done in recent years is to strengthen its partnership with Indo-Pacific partners, and we'll do more of that in the weeks and months ahead. But I think we also took account of an alliance that has a lot of work to do in terms of continuing to strengthen its defense industrial base, to make sure that its spending is focused on the necessary capabilities. We're at a place now where 23 of the NATO allies are at or above the 2% of GDP mark on defense spending, which is good, but we want to make sure that that spending is focused where it needs to be focused. So we had a very productive discussion about that, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting with all of the NATO partners in the North Atlantic Council right now, and to continuing these conversations throughout the course of this day. We'll be back for Foreign Ministers meeting in just a few weeks' time. We have a very intense and important agenda over the next couple of months. And as I said to the Secretary General, President Biden fully intends to drive through the tape and use every day to continue to do what we've done over these last 4 years, which is strengthen this alliance that's so critical to the security of the United States, the security of countries throughout Europe, and we will do that. And as well, to continue to shore up everything we're doing for Ukraine to make sure that it can effectively defend itself against this Russian aggression. Thanks very much. Mark? My friend.
So that's the NATO Secretary General and U.S. Secretary of State there, Antony Blinken, holding a joint presser at this NATO meeting. We did hear that Blinken was speaking about conflict in the Middle East, and then you heard together they were discussing the conflict in Ukraine, just further showing what the potential conversations could be like between President-elect Trump and Joe Biden today as they meet today to discuss a peaceful transfer of power, among other things. Speaking of President-elect Trump, getting back stateside to show you this live look there at the Mar-a-Lago Causeway as we are awaiting Trump to cross over with his caravan to head to the airport to then depart to D.C. As we are stateside right now, another shot I want to show you, a live look. They just turned the camera, so I'm hoping, there we go. This one takes us out to New York, Greenwood Lake, and you're getting a live look at aerial shots of wildfires affecting Greenwood Lake there in New York. My goodness, you can really see the magnitude of the wildfires as they are just causing destruction in this area at this hour. The time now 6:54 on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .56 is the time, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Really quickly, I want to take you back out to Mar-a-Lago. This shot just now coming in as we continue to show the very latest awaiting President-elect Donald Trump, and you can finally see that caravan underway in real time as we are awaiting to see what that conversation looks like later today. It's slated for 11 o'clock Eastern time at the White House between President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump. We don't really know what the discussions will be per se, but we do know a peaceful transfer of power is top priority for the current Biden-Harris administration. But just want to show you all this shot. You can see the caravan coming through. We don't know which SUV President-elect Trump is in, but you do see the safety and security that is top of mind for Florida local law enforcement and also Secret Service at this this hour. So we will continue to show this shot until it ends. And then, of course, hopefully we can see President-elect Trump get on the plane, hoping to also get some remarks before he does get on the plane to know specifically what he plans to discuss. So let's watch this together. I'll bring up the audio to see if we can hear anything. All right, so you can see how that wraps up the caravan, and then a new shot coming into our Live Now from Fox Studio, which takes us out to the airport. There you can see the plane, kind of a wide-scale view right now, kind of far away as we are awaiting to see President-elect Trump get on the plane, but actually arrive to see if he will speak to the media before he does so. So a lot of speculation this Wednesday morning about what President-elect Trump and current President Joe Biden could discuss. We know top of mind for many Americans is the economy, inflation, border security, but also conflict in the Middle East. Joining me live this morning to further discuss how the Trump presidency could impact the Israel-Hamas conflict, also the conflict with Israel and Hezbollah, is the CEO of Jewish News Syndicate, Alex Trayman. Alex, good morning to you. Always a pleasure having you join us here on Live Now from Fox. So, Alex, good morning again. We were just able to bring your feed in. So many moving parts. I would love to hear your thoughts. What are you hearing out in Israel? We are just days after the 2024 presidential election. We have now President-elect Donald Trump to know he will be the next commander-in-chief. And for many Americans, as they went to the polls, top of mind was conflict in the Middle East and how many people feel the Biden-Harris administration did or did not do a great job with the handling of it.
Well, on a percentage basis per capita, I can tell you that there's more people in Israel that are happy that Donald Trump became president of the United States than there is even in the United States itself. That's how popular Donald Trump is here, and that's how unpopular the Biden administration was here and how unpopular Kamala Harris was here because of the way that Israelis perceived the Biden administration was not throwing its full weight and support behind Israel in this conflict. They know that the Biden administration and the previous Obama administration were the authors of the Iran nuclear deal, which flooded the Iranians with cash that they've used in order to develop illicit nuclear weapons and also to fund terror proxies around the region. Prime Minister Netanyahu has stated that since the election that he's already spoken to President Trump 3 times, and he put out a statement saying that he and the president see eye to eye on the ongoing Iranian threat.
Alex, so glad you brought that up, because when we hear of different world conflicts, depending on who you ask, there is a respect for President-elect Trump. They view him as aggressive. They view him as not taking any slack for conflict, especially as it relates to allies of the U.S. We know with the recent visit of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, not only did he meet with the Biden administration, but he made a special trip to speak with President-elect Trump, just further showing that respect factor that exists there between Israel and Trump.
Yes, and Prime Minister Netanyahu was trying to do his best to repair and restore the relationship with Donald Trump in case he would be president, and also to keep him apprised of what's going on during this war. And there's the belief that those that are calling for an immediate ceasefire in the conflict, you know, while that seems to have a lot of virtues to it, it would essentially be a guarantee that Hezbollah and Hamas would be able to rebuild and would likely lead to another round of conflict in the next 6 to 24 months. And I think that Netanyahu and Trump want to see this conflict come to a decisive Israeli victory that enables the Middle East to move on past the terror proxies of Iran and restart the broken Abraham Accords momentum that was here with the signing of additional agreements, hopefully also with the Saudis and others that would transform the Middle East for peace for decades to come.
I'm glad you mentioned Hezbollah, Alex, right now giving a live look out in Beirut, Lebanon. Those airstrikes are happening in real time. Israeli Defense Forces saying they are working to eradicate Hezbollah as that terroristic organization. But there was kind of some conflict this week. As we know, Israel's defense minister was saying Hezbollah was already defeated. Was there confusion on the end of Israel when you all heard that news as well?
Well, Prime Minister Netanyahu actually fired his defense minister on Election Day. Due to some of the differences between him and his defense minister over the conflict. I think most Israelis would see, even just through the rocket attacks of this week, in which a rocket hit a kindergarten, in which another rocket struck a residential area in the city of Nahariya in the north, killing 2 people, that Hezbollah, while they have been significantly degraded, still represent a threat to the lives of Israelis. There are still 80,000 Israelis that were evacuated from their homes near the Lebanese border shortly after October 7th, and they don't feel safe going back home. So, this is one of the reasons why Netanyahu chose to fire his defense minister, to get someone in charge of the military effort that sees the war the way, not only the way the prime minister does, but the way most Israelis do as well.
Alex, speaking of Netanyahu again, I wanted to actually put this shot up as we are now seeing that caravan. President-elect Trump has arrived at the airport there in West Palm for that departure to D.C. to meet with President Biden. I want to ask you about the conversations. I know you might not be in the room to hear exactly what Netanyahu and President-elect Trump speak about, but Trump is saying top of mind, he's trying to get those hostages home. He says it's been far too long. He says the negotiation with Hamas terrorists clearly isn't happening as it should. What are you hearing on your end as it relates to getting those hostages home and then possibly in exchange for those Palestinian prisoners?
Well, certainly if much more leverage is thrown against Hamas and against the Palestinian people, then I think you can see the release of hostages. As long as Hamas thinks that they have a strategic advantage to hold the hostages and to continue to terrorize the Israeli public by keeping those hostages, they will continue to do it. If they understand that that they are going to bring a world of hurt on the Palestinian people over and above that which the IDF has already done, then you might see the release of the hostages, and hopefully the hostages will come home. They've been in captivity now for over 400 days. It's really time for them to be back home.
Yeah, it's hard to put that into perspective. And I know for many of the viewers this morning, their thoughts and prayers are with the families as they're pretty much holding on to hope. Even if their loved ones aren't alive, they just want to get those bodies back so they can pay their respects and hold a funeral. So thank you for mentioning that, Alex. Looking ahead, though, what does a post-war plan look like? I know there was a lot of pressure on Netanyahu to present that post-war plan, but then maybe we could see why that delay is happening, because so many times you go to the table, you try to have those negotiations out in Egypt, and then you're left with nothing. I also think it further shows, Alex, how you really can't negotiate with terrorists. I mean, at some point you're trying to get those hostages home, but can you really trust them? They're terrorists at the end of the day.
Well, I think you can't really determine what's going to be a post-war plan until you understand who is the victor in the war. Yeah. And the reason why Netanyahu has been coy in suggesting what his preferred post-war plan is because that post-war plan was at odds with what the Biden administration wanted. The Biden administration was very clear that they wanted the Palestinian Authority, which lost control of Gaza back in 2007, to take over once again, and for that takeover to be part of a pathway toward a Palestinian state, both in Gaza and the West Bank, the non-contiguous West Bank, which many Israelis know as Judea and Samaria. Prime Minister Netanyahu doesn't want to see the Palestinian Authority take over because they see the Palestinian Authority and Hamas as basically two sides of the same coin. The Palestinian Authority in the West Bank and Judea and Samaria are inciting and financing terrorists to attack Jews. I think that's the reason why Netanyahu has been coy about it. I think that if Israel will win this war, which it is winning it, but if it will have a conclusive and decisive victory over Hamas, where everybody agrees that Hamas is no longer a political or a military force in the Strip, you might see then Israel, with the backing of the Trump administration, announce that it is taking over as a provisional military government in the Strip, as opposed to giving it over to the Palestinian Authority.
Yeah, absolutely. And President-elect Trump has also said that consequences need to happen. He says he hasn't been too thrilled with NATO's handling of this international conflict in the Middle East. He also hasn't been too pleased with the International Criminal Court putting sanctions or trying to put sanctions against Israel and not Hamas in real time.
Yes, and I think that President Trump understands what type of leverage he can use against the United Nations, against the International Criminal Court, against the International Court of Justice, which is trying Israel for trumped-up charges of genocide, which have no basis in reality whatsoever. And Trump can make sure that these bodies are not funded and are lose their status as a result of unfairly targeting the state of Israel. So Israel is very happy for the newfound diplomatic support that it could get during a Trump presidency. At the same time, there are fears that in these next 2 months before President Trump actually takes office, that while the Biden administration is still in power, you could see Security Council resolutions against the state of Israel in the United Nations. You could see arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court against Netanyahu and other members of the defense establishment, and you might even see some kind of verdict against Israel for genocide at the International Court of Justice. So while Trump has been elected and Israelis are breathing a little bit easy, they know that these next 2 months could still have numerous diplomatic surprises that would negatively impact Israel's standing in the war effort.
So many great points you're making, Alex. And then there's also the concern from President-elect Trump. What happens when Hamas does release the hostages, if and when they do? Are they just allowed to roam free and potentially impact another area in a negative way?
Well, the preferred plan of Israel would be a grand ceasefire agreement that has the release of all the hostages and also allows free passage of the remaining Hamas leadership to leave the country and go into exile. And that was an offer that was put onto the table for Yahya Sinwar to take. It was believed that that was what was going to happen at the end of the war. Sinwar did not take it, and he met his fate inside the Gaza Strip. Sinwar's brother, Mohammed Sinwar, is one of the senior members of Hamas, and there still is some degree of senior leadership, and the hope is that that if they will release the hostages, if they even know where they are, if they can even deliver them, that Israel might allow free passage for them to leave the country and to go permanently into exile.
Alex Trayman, always a pleasure when I get to have you on the show and have these candid, thorough conversations, because so many times a lot of things are just speculation, what we see from the outside looking in. Always a pleasure to have someone who's there on the ground who can share in real time what's going on. I'm sure this won't be our last conversation, but I hope you have a great and safe rest of your day.
Sinead, thanks so much.
Thank you. Getting back to this shot that myself and Alex were discussing through this thorough interview, a lot of eyes, not only right here in the U.S., but across the pond. They're keeping close eyes on this conversation slated for 11 o'clock this morning Eastern time with President-elect Donald Trump as he will meet with President Joe Biden. Again, top of mind is a peaceful transfer of power for both administrations, but also there might be some talks about the economy, inflation, border security, and of course, conflict in the Middle East, as you heard Alex so eloquently put it in that interview. You know, a lot of people in Israel are holding on to hope, holding on to the hope that a Trump presidency will get those remaining hostages released safely. The time now 7:11 here on the East Coast. Now let's go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Of course, keeping a close eye on this shot as we are awaiting the plane to take off to head to Washington, D.C. We'll be right back. 7:13 is the time. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeannie Francine. We continue with your top stories and headlines this morning. Take a look at your screen, giving you this different angle. Well, now it's the same shot. At first, it was two different angles of the plane, a wide-scale view and a close-up view. But bringing you this shot, we can see the entire team has now boarded the plane. When we saw several members getting onto the plane, one of those members during my interview with Alex was President-elect Trump. I'm going to pot up the audio to see if we can hear anything on the ground as we are awaiting this departure, as today President-elect Trump will meet with President Biden. All right, so we're finally getting some movement there on the plane, and you can see as it turns, President-elect Trump's name right there in real time as we are watching together. President-elect Donald Trump departing Florida for that White House meeting today with current President Joe Biden. We are told several topics will be discussed, including a peaceful transfer of power. Let's continue to watch as the plane departs. All right, so I was hoping they would turn the camera so we could see the plane actually take off in real time, but we do know that President-elect Trump is on the plane safely with some of his members there, departing Florida, West Palm to be specific, en route to the White House. And we want to hear from you this morning as we further discuss this. Do you think Biden and Trump's meeting today will offer a peaceful transfer of power? We post this during our 6 o'clock hour, and several of you have already made selections by scanning that QR code or by going to livenowfox.com/connect. Right now, about 80% of you say you think the meeting today will offer for a peaceful transfer of power, while 11% of you say no, you do not, and 9% of you remain uncertain. So we'll continue to show this poll throughout the morning and, of course, get your updates in real time. The time now 7:21 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. The time now 7:23. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we were seeing in real time President-elect Donald Trump arrive there to that airport in West Palm Beach and then depart. As we know, he is en route to the nation's capital for a White House meeting. We continue to get your responses on this Wednesday morning. Do you think Biden and Trump's meeting today will offer a peaceful transfer of power? Continue to make your selections by scanning that QR code on your screen or by going to livenowfox.com/connect. 82% of you say yes, 11% say no, and about 7% of you say you are uncertain. As we further discuss top stories and headlines, some live events underway to share with you. We know that COP29 summit underway out in Azerbaijan, and leaders coming together from small islands, developing states to discuss climate change. And we know that President-elect Donald Trump has had his own views of climate change, specifically as it relates to that Paris Climate Agreement. I want to share that with you now.
Okay, so we can start? Yep. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to this important discussion on small island developing states who are particularly vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change. We have the privilege to hear from leaders of countries facing the most extreme impacts of climate change. It is my honor to open today's event with His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan. He has overseen a transformation His Excellency has overseen an absolute amazing transformation of the economy in Azerbaijan. We've seen Azerbaijan expand its role in climate action and built stronger international partnerships, particularly through organizations such as the United Nations, the Non-Aligned Movement, and the Commonwealth, where Azerbaijan has championed sustainable economic growth and resilience. Your Excellency, I hand the floor to you.
Distinguished Secretary General, distinguished heads of states and government, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I welcome all the participants of our summit. Since Azerbaijan became the host country of COP29, our relationship with small island developing states elevated to a new high level. The votes of seats must be heard on the global stage. I call on developed countries, especially with the colonial past, to provide tangible financial and technical support to small island states so that they can protect their countries from climate change complications. Climate change affects every country, including Azerbaijan. We see that year after year, Caspian Sea becomes more and more shallow. We see that there are less waters in our rivers, less snow in our mountains, and floods and heavy rains, which we have never experienced in the past, today unfortunately is a reality. So every country is affected, but for SEETs it's existential threat. Azerbaijan is demonstrating its unwavering support to small island states. We have provided assistance to a number of disaster-prone countries in mitigating the impacts of hurricanes, earthquakes, and floods. We also supported water supply, food security, and restoration of cultural heritage projects. More than 10 small island states benefited from our educational grant program to study in universities in Azerbaijan. During our 4-year-long chairmanship in non-aligned movement, we provided financial and humanitarian assistance to more than 80 countries, including small island states, 20 of them. Addressing the challenges faced by those countries is at the center of Azerbaijan's efforts at COP29. The leaders from Bahamas, Tonga, and Tuvalu visited Azerbaijan this May to discuss their vision of COP. The adopted Baku communique called for meaningful outcome of COP29 and underscored the importance of accessible climate finance. Serious progress was achieved on making operational the Lost and Damaged Fund in Baku this September. Now the process must be completed to deliver finance to countries in need, in particular small island states. This summer in Tonga, Azerbaijan signed a joint declaration with Commonwealth. We are providing contribution of $10 million to support joint projects in Commonwealth small island states. MOU with Commonwealth was also signed to use satellite data of the Space Agency of Azerbaijan, Azercosmos, for environmental monitoring and evaluation. Dear ladies and gentlemen, using this opportunity, I'd like to raise one of the important issues on the international agenda: neocolonialism and climate change. The so-called overseas territories of France and Netherlands, particularly in the Caribbean and Pacific, are among the most severely impacted They are among the most severely impacted by climate change. Rising sea level, extreme weather events, biodiversity loss create serious threats to these regions. The voices of these communities are often brutally suppressed by the regimes in their metropolis. The peoples of French colonies, such as New Caledonia, French Polynesia, Mayotte, Wallis and Futuna, Corsica, Réunion, Guadeloupe, Martinique, French Guyana, Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, Saint-Martin, Saint-Barthélemy, and colonies of Netherlands, such as Aruba, Curaçao, Saint Martin, Bonaire, Saint Eswatis, Saba. Let's applaud the people of these territories. They are still suffering today in the 21st century from colonial rule. French Polynesia and New Caledonia are currently recognized as non-self-governing territories by the United Nations since 1946-1947. However, their decolonization process are still delaying. Between 1966 and 1996, French Polynesia faced serious environmental degradation due to 193 nuclear tests conducted by France. France is responsible for severe soil and water contamination and radiation there. Radiation level exceeded 4,900%. If we add here 17 nuclear tests conducted by France in Algeria during the years of occupation, we will see what damage this country made to the ecosystem of the planet. The list of France's crimes in their so-called overseas territories would not be complete if we do not mention the recent human rights violations by the regime. The regime of President Macron killed 13 and injured 169 people during this year's legitimate protests of Kanaks in New Caledonia. 1,700 people were arrested. During the protests in Martinique and Guadeloupe, also this year, 38 people were arrested. After all that, France was not denounced, neither by European Commission, nor by European Parliament, nor by Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. This is political hypocrisy. European Parliament and Parliament Assembly of the Council of Europe, these two institutions which became the symbols of political corruption, share responsibility with the government of President Macron for killings of innocent people. All political prisoners of France must be immediately liberated. But what else can we expect from European Parliament and Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe if chief European diplomat Joseph Borrell calls Europe a garden and the rest of the world jungles? If we are jungles, then stay away from us and don't interfere into our affairs. Azerbaijan supported small island states as a chair of non-aligned movement, supports as president of COP29, and will continue to support our friends in the future. Thank you very much.
I now thank His Excellency, and we wish you and your team well for COP29. It's now my great pleasure to introduce my friend, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General. As UN Secretary General, climate action, sustainable development, and peace building have been the central tenets of Antonio's leadership. Antonio, I welcome you to the podium.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you have every right to be angry, and I am too. You are on the sharp end of a colossal injustice, an injustice that sees the very future of your islands threatened by rising seas, your people pounded by record hurricanes, your economies torn apart, and development gains left in tatters. This is an injustice perpetrated by the few. The G20 accounts for around 80% of global emissions, and it is an injustice that must end. Your nations, the small island developing states, are demonstrating what climate ambition looks like. You are the first responders, and the world must follow you, and it must support you. First, by sparing no effort to keep 1.5 degrees alive. That means global emissions falling 9% a year to 2030, and they are still rising. It means phasing out fossil fuels fast and fairly, and delivering on the COP28 outcome. And it means every country putting forward new economy-wide national climate action plans, or NDCs by COP30, that align with 1.5 degrees. The biggest emitters, the G20, must lead. And the United Nations is supporting countries to deliver through its Climate Promise initiative. Second, justice. You deserve support to deal with the crisis you have done next to nothing to create. And we must get serious about loss and damage. The amount initially pledged is equivalent to the combined annual salaries of the 10 most well-paid footballers in the world. As I said, we must be serious about loss and damage. We need significant contributions flowing to the Loss and Damage Fund so it can have a meaningful impact, and namely a meaningful impact in cities that sometimes are devastated by climate change. And we also need a surge in funds for you to protect your people from climate impacts, which are growing in strength and frequency. Every one of you must have the chance to build resilience and to seize the benefits of adaptation to drive progress across the Sustainable Development Goals. Developed countries must honor their commitment to double adaptation finance to at least $40 billion a year by next year, and this is an important step to closing the adaptation finance gap. But it will not be enough. These measures can take us only so far. Ultimately, we need more fundamental reform. And so, third, finance. Your nations have faced a perfect storm of suffocating debt, high capital costs, rising prices, and COVID-19, which paralyzed many of your economies. The result, scant funds for climate action or broader sustainable development. The Pact for the Future, adopted by consensus in September in the General Assembly of the United Nations, made significant strides forward. It calls for reform of international financial architecture, including effective debt relief. It commits countries to advancing an SDG stimulus of $500 billion a year. And it asks multilateral development banks to look at ways to improve access to concessional finance for developing countries and to consider structural vulnerability, including through using the multidimensional vulnerability index. A middle-income country can have much need, an enormous need of concessional funding because of its level of vulnerability, and this cannot be forgotten. It is essential, so, that vulnerable middle-income countries can access funds. And we must push for implementation of these commitments starting here and now. And we need a new climate finance goal in COP29 that allows the mobilization of the trillions of dollars of finance developing countries need, with a significant increase in concessional public funds made now. That goal must provide clarity on how money will be mobilized, tap innovative sources such as levies on aviation, shipping or fossil fuel extraction, and include an accessibility, transparency and accountability framework to build confidence that funds will be delivered and available. And it must also include major capitalization boosts and reforms of multilateral development banks, including so they can leverage far more private finance at reasonable costs for the seed's needs. I trust that and will be fully supporting the presidency to make sure that we have a successful COP29 with an ambitious new goal, finance goal, that can be at the same time taking into account the particular situation of small island developing states. And this COP and beyond, I urge you, use your moral authority to demand action, demand leadership, and demand justice. Time is of essence. Together, you are helping us move from anger to action. And together, I know we can win, and I thank you.
I want us to take this opportunity to thank both President.
So that was UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres speaking there at the COP29 Leaders Summit of Small Islands Developing States, specifically discussing climate change. On the left side of your screen, we are following some looks ahead. Coming up at 11 o'clock this morning Eastern Time, President Joe Biden and President-elect Donald Trump will meet in the Oval Office. We did see him depart West Palm Beach earlier this morning. We're also following the very latest as GOP leaders will vote on the next majority leader. And then, of course, more aid is headed to Ukraine, as we did hear from U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken this morning while he is at a NATO meeting in Brussels. The time now 7:44 on the East Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time now 7:45 here on the East Coast. And as we are closely approaching the top of the 8 o'clock hour, we do have a quick breaking news headline that just came into our Live Now from Fox studios. Take a look at your screen. This one takes us out to Kensington, Pennsylvania. You're taking a live look at an aerial chopper shot, a large commercial building fire underway. You can see the flames and the smoke there in real time, just illuminating the sky there this Wednesday morning. No word yet on what caused the fire. Of course, our thoughts and prayers hoping that no one was inside when the flames burst, but you can see emergency responders there at the scene working to contain this large blaze. We see fire trucks, EMT, and also local law enforcement there as well. As the aerial shot, this chopper continues to turn. You can also see how that fire engine there, they are working in real time with water hoses to try to put this blaze out. So wanted to share this with you as we get these shots in real time. Again, this is a breaking news alert coming from our content partners at Fox 29 Philadelphia. This is the only view we have at this moment. We are told that crews are headed to the scene to get more information about what caused this commercial building fire to spark in the first place. Again, no word about if anyone is inside. And of course, we do have thoughts and prayers for law enforcement and first responders who are there at the scene. Of course, as they work to put this fire out, safety is top priority for them as well. This location specifically is Kensington, out in Pennsylvania. So wanting to share this with you. Of course, once we get more information from our content partners at Fox 29 Philadelphia, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 7:48. Let's go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Moments ago, we were listening in to this COP29 Leader Summit of small islands developing states where the focal point is climate change. We heard from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and the host now speaking and introducing the next speaker. Let's listen in. And of course, I'll pop up some boxes as we are following some other stories, also breaking news stories on this Wednesday morning.
Genuine vulnerability in international institutions and improve the quality of decision-making. It also builds on long-established Commonwealth initiatives such as our Meridian program, which now manages a combined total of more than $4 trillion in public debt across 50 countries. At the center of our climate change support structure is our Climate Finance Access Hub, which, with an initial support of just $8.5 million, has now unlocked more than $360 million, with an additional $500 million in the pipeline in vital resources for the Commonwealth's most vulnerable members. Using geospatial data and new technologies such as AI, we have increased the scale and speed of our analysis so as to create new, innovative, implementable solutions to erstwhile intractable problems. And I take this moment to thank President Aliyev for his commitment in helping us to use spatial data to get where we need to be. The hub was established. The hub was established in response to a dire need, because we all know that the current flows of climate finance are insufficient. And we know that despite contributing the least to climate change, our SIDS are grappling with a relentless assault from extreme weather, floods and temperatures causing widespread devastation. Here at COP29, we must turn that tide. I am heartened by the Climate Finance Action Fund announced by the COP presidency. Our Climate Finance Access Hub stands ready as an established delivery mechanism to help the new fund unlock and distribute resources. I make this offer because our member states desperately need the climate finance promises which have been made to them through the Green Fund, through the Loss and Damage Fund, and so much more to be delivered. And because throughout my time as Secretary General, I have seen firsthand the difference that effective partnership can make. The challenges we face are real and serious. We can only overcome them by working together, pooling all of our commitment, all of our capacity, and all of our expertise, and all of our innovative spirit to turn the best ideas into action at scale. In achieving these goals, we must use the technologies available to us, including digital technologies for low carbon and climate resilient development, and the role of AI in accelerating climate action at scale and speed. And our most vulnerable nations cannot afford to wait any longer. Climate finance is not a luxury. It is a lifeline. It is, as Antonio said yesterday, not charity. It is justice. If it does not now flow, and flow soon, then for some, there may not be a future left to save. So this time, at this COP, there can be no gap between what we say and what we do. Solidarity has been a guiding principle of my tenure as Commonwealth Secretary General, and we will never shrink from the responsibility to stand shoulder to shoulder with our member states. So, as we work together to support our SIDS and fight for the highest levels of urgency and action on climate change, I offer the Commonwealth's hand in friendship and partnership, because together we can build a more resilient, sustainable, and just world. And we must. We now will move on to our first set of speakers today. In this finance COP, we look forward to increasing mitigation ambition in countries, updated national determined contributions, the NCDs, and enhance the adaptive capacity of SIDS to respond to climate change. Now, to facilitate this, while centering the needs and priorities of SIDS under the new climate finance goals, it is imperative to hold credibly each of us accountable. And I'm now going to invite His Excellency Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, the President of COP29. Known for his environmental advocacy, my dear friend represents Azerbaijan's efforts to combat climate change through renewable energy, waste management, and sustainable development. Mr. Mukhtar Babayev's COP29 President, the floor is now yours.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you all to Baku to make progress on this critical topic. Special thanks to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, for bringing us together at this significant meeting. We are grateful to our co-host, Samoa, as chair of Alliance for Small Island States, Grenada as chair of Caribbean Community and Common Market, and Tonga as chair of the Pacific Island Forum, who have all helped us to make this event happen. Under the guidance and leadership of the President of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Mr. Ilham Aliyev, COP29 presidency has been determined to make this an accessible conference that supports your participation and elevates your voices to the highest levels. We look forward to building true partnership during COP29 and beyond. Dear colleagues, over recent months, we have traveled extensively to listen and learn from you. From Antigua and Barbuda to Barbados and Tonga. These visits have deepened our understanding of the challenges you face. Our conversations have shaped the vision that we set out in our opening ceremony. They helped build on two pillars of the COP29's plan to enhance ambition and enable action. They reinforce the need for balanced outcome at COP29. This must include a fair and ambitious NCQG, deliver on all mandates and take forward the outcomes of the first global stocktake. On the NCQG, we have been clear that it needs to address the needs and priorities of developing states, with SEEDs and LDCs in the front now. We have also heard about the importance of detailed qualitative elements. To deliver on our top negotiating priority, we have repeatedly brought parties together to build agreement, and we have already seen progress on access futures. We will also continue to raise the importance of accessibility with the leaders of international financial institutions and multilateral development banks at COP29. Dear colleagues, it is essential to fix the imbalance in funding, as lack of support for adaptation leaves those of the front lines unprotected. Public funds will be essential to enabling ambitions. The COP29 has been determined to keep up the momentum on loss and damage. We already took historic steps to get the fund up and running and ready to deliver resources. We are also focused on enhancing coordination and coherence with the overall loss and damage landscape. And we worked hard to get the Santiago network ready to deliver technical assistance. Dear colleagues, we need comprehensive approaches to build resilience. National adaptation plans are essential tools to guide investment and action. Azerbaijan is aware to challenges of producing these plans as we submit our own. We have therefore called upon the Green Climate Fund to accelerate their support. Finally, we understand the importance of global mitigation efforts to avoid the worst effect of climate change. We are determined to take every opportunity to make progress towards the goals and ambitions that we set in the first global stocktake. Ladies and gentlemen, we all have a moral duty to support you. And we believe that if the multilateral climate process does not work for you, then it is not working. Small island states have shown remarkable leadership by setting ambitious targets despite limited resources. Now others must match this commitment. We stand to work with you throughout the COP29. We want to work together and move forward in solidarity for a green world. I thank you.
I really want to thank my dear friend Mukhtar for that very warm introduction, but may I now invite the first panel to come and join us, please. Can I invite the Minister Cedric Schuster, the Minister for Natural Resources, Environment and Lands of Samoa, who is OASIS's chair. May I also invite the President of the Maldives, together with the President of the Republic of Marshall Islands, my dear friend, the Prime Minister of Tonga, who is the Pacific Island Forum Chair, and last but by no means least, the Prime Minister of Grenada and Chair of the Caribbean Community, His Excellency Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell. I'm going to invite first my dear brother, the Honourable Cedric Schuster, who is the Minister of Natural Resources, Environment and Lands of Samoa and Chair of the Alliance of Small Island States. His leadership underscores the urgent need for climate justice and support for nations facing severe climate impacts. So over to you, Minister Schuster.
Thank you. The President of Azerbaijan, COP29 President, heads of government, excellencies, delegates. I want to first thank the COP29 presidency for this initiative, and particular attention given to SIDS and recognition of our unique challenges. Thank you for your warm hospitality shown to all our delegates here in Baku. Mr. President, the special needs and circumstances of SIDS were recognized at the Rio Conference in 1992 and were reaffirmed at the last SIDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda earlier this year in June. They are also reflected in Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, which recognizes our capacity constraints in accessing climate finance. The Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Small Island Developing States is only the latest international agreement that operationalizes the special needs and circumstances of SIDS. Climate change is a phenomenon that is impacting all of us today. 2024 broke many worrisome records. We have seen many extreme weather events all around the world, from record-breaking heat globally. June and August 2024 were the hottest on record globally. July 2024 set the new record for the daily global average temperature. Hurricane Beryl was the first major storm of the 2024 Atlantic season and set multiple records. Extreme rainfalls caused catastrophic flooding and loss of lives in some parts of the world, while droughts are worsening in others. The winter maximum for Antarctic sea ice was the second lowest on record. As this normal is settling in, the very survival of our most vulnerable countries with the least responsibility in the climate crisis has ceased to be a distant prospect. The irreversible damage from climate change impacts are already being felt by SIDS. They must be addressed with a keen sense of urgency. For AOSIS, 1.5 is not just an abstract number. It has deep implications for the complete loss of our nations, our culture, and our identity. And relatedly, one of the main focuses of this COP, the new climate finance goal, or NCQG, must be set in a way that substantially supports all developing countries in their effective implementation of the Paris Agreement, its goals, and all those commitments contained under it. That said, SIDS and LDC within that broader group of developing countries were promised special accommodation in Article 9 of the Paris Agreement. AOSIS is here at this COP to see them operationalized. And for clarity, a simple references or recognition for SIDS and LDC special circumstances will not suffice. In the NCQG, there needs to be tailored and specific measures for both our groups for the scaled-up provision of finance and enhanced access. One of those measures includes the adoption of a respective minimum allocation floors for SIDS of at least USD 39 billion per year, and for LDCs at least 220 billion per year, within the provision goals of the NCQG. So no matter the overall number agreed at the quantum of the NCQG, SIDS require the agreement of these minimum allocation floors, as these minimum allocation floors represent a commitment to predictable and accessible climate finance for adaptation and loss and damage response in a financial system that is designed for us, our small economies, limited resources, and our geographic remoteness must be fully addressed within the N2KG design and implementation. Agreement to a goal that fails to recognize the special case of SIDS would contradict the Conventions and Paris Agreement provisions. Turning now to ambitions. As leaders, we need to show and sustain the political will required to act now. EOSIS commends the Troika leadership in advancing Mission 1.5 and urges continued and intensified efforts to accelerate the successful implementation of the first global stocktake outcome, including all the elements of the energy package.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are live in Azerbaijan. The COP29 Leaders Summit on Small Business, Developing States and Small Islands on Climate Change are happening this morning. On the right side of your screen, some breaking news we're following. That top right box, a live look out in Kensington, PA, as a commercial building is on fire at this hour, and you can see just the smoke and the flames as they continue to illuminate this sky in this area. We continue to monitor this breaking news alert to try to figure out what led to this fire, and of course trying to figure out if there was anyone inside when it sparked. And then that bottom box, looking ahead to a story many of you all are following this Wednesday morning, a live look at the White House there in Washington, D.C. As we know, President-elect Donald Trump and current President Joe Biden will meet today. It's slated for 11 o'clock this morning Eastern time. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, checking in with Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick to learn more about what we can expect from this meeting, also about inauguration plans that she's learning of at this hour. Also checking in with political strategist David Grasso for the very latest in the political world as well. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. .15 is the time. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We continue with your top stories and headlines this Wednesday morning. And this next one takes us out to Washington, D.C. Take a look at your screen, the White House there, as we continue to look ahead at the big meeting between President-elect Donald Trump and President Joe Biden that will take place at the White House today. The meeting offering several things, but top of mind for many people is that peaceful transfer of power. Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick joining us live this morning with a preview of today's meeting. And she also has some insight into those security measures officials are putting into place to ensure a safe inauguration for President-elect Donald Trump. Melanie, good morning to you. What can you share with us?
Hey, good morning. Well, you can see behind me security already quite visible. Pedestrians, tourists cannot access the front of the White House fences as they typically do because they have it completely blocked off. They are building those reviewing stands for the inaugural parade. And this, of course, is where President-elect Trump and President Biden are scheduled to meet at 11 o'clock this morning. We do understand that Trump was on his way to the West Palm Beach airport, so he should be making his way here through the skies momentarily. We're expecting perhaps some road closures along with motorcades as that goes along. Now, this is traditionally a meeting where the current president briefs the incoming president on domestic and foreign policy issues. Now, D.C. Police Chief Pamela Smith says the city is prepared for several large events in the next 2 months. That includes the election certification date set for January 6th, followed by inauguration on January 20th, which also happens to be Martin Luther King Day. That's when Chief Smith says hope is to have help from about 4,000 officers from around the country. Those officers will generally be assigned to tourist areas and not policing neighborhood streets. The Secret Service is in charge of all of this security. It is a national security event, but the FBI, the Metropolitan Police Department, and other agencies have been coordinating plans since midsummer.
We continue to prepare with our internal agencies on a regular basis. With our federal partners, we've been meeting with them on a bi-weekly basis and sometimes a weekly basis to determine what intelligence information we may be gathering that may arise not just here in D.C. but across the U.S.
Details on perimeters and road closures will be released in the coming weeks. Planners are already warning residents and commuters that getting around during event dates will be challenging. But, you know, as we've said before, D.C. is used to these very large events. And D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser has said they are welcoming people to this celebration. And again, they have hope that they'll get 4,000 officers here from around the country. It's usually not a pretty tough ask, and they'll come and assist with those inaugural security efforts. One other note about the meeting here at the White House. Traditionally, the First Ladies also get together. If you have a new incoming First Lady, the current First Lady will show her around, introduce her to staff, those sorts of things. Melania Trump has already been through this once before. We can't say what her thought process was this time, but she has chosen not to attend. She's pretty familiar with the House already. We also understand that after the meeting here at the White House, President-elect Trump does plan to head to Capitol Hill to meet with congressional Republicans.
Fox 5 DC's Melanie Onwick, always a pleasure to have you on the show, Melanie. Always thorough and detailed reporting. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a great and safe rest of your day. And giving you another live look at the White House as we further discuss this top story. Joining us live is political strategist David Grasso. David, good morning to you. A lot to dissect and discuss as a lot of eyes are on this anticipated meeting today. Good morning to you.
Good morning. A very exciting time in politics indeed.
Absolutely. So not only at the White House, but also on Capitol Hill. A lot of events happening on this Wednesday morning. So let's go ahead and get to it. We are looking ahead. We saw out in West Palm Beach this morning how President-elect Donald Trump, that caravan arrived there at the airport. We know he is en route to JBA. And then looking ahead to 11 o'clock this morning, we know that that meeting, that anticipated meeting, will be happening with President-elect Donald Trump and President Joe Biden. Top of mind for many Americans is that hopefully this meeting will further allude to a peaceful transfer of power. What can you share with us?
Well, the presidential transition is very complicated and often very bureaucratic and behind the scenes. But this meeting is, as is tradition, is between the outgoing president and the incoming president. Slightly different because Trump is the first president since the 1800s to be elected, then not be president, and then become president again. 2 non-consecutive terms. So as you mentioned, you know, the First Lady and Donald Trump are very familiar with the White House. So the typical tour and the showing of around is going to be much more muted, although President Biden has made several changes to the White House, but it's mostly just decorative and artwork and placement of TVs and that type of thing. So what we're looking for really is a one-on-one or a tete-a-tete between President Biden and President Trump to talk about really the salient issues of the day. Last time this meeting took place, between Obama and Trump was really the last time this meeting took place, period, because this meeting did not take place during the last presidential transition. They'll talk about issues such as the war in Ukraine and the war in Israel and Gaza, et cetera. Those issues are definitely top of mind.
Absolutely. We know international conflict top of mind for many Americans, especially as they headed to the polls this election season. We saw U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken out there for a NATO meeting in Brussels on this Wednesday, where he also spoke with the new NATO Secretary General discussing more aid that's actually headed to Ukraine. So thank you so much for bringing that up, David. Also top of mind for many Americans, the economy, inflation, and border security. What can you share on that front? Many people looking to President-elect Donald Trump to turn things around.
Yeah, so even Mexican Americans here in Texas on the border voted in large part for Donald Trump. So people want a definite change at the border. And a lot of the border changes are already taking place with the incoming administration through the election of the cabinet. And that's really what's been going on recently, if you've been following this transition, is that we see many familiar faces that are going to be tapped to lead the new incoming administration. This includes Homeland Security. Supposedly, it's going to be the governor of South Dakota, Kristi Noem, if you follow Republican politics. She is a known person. And then there's the appointment of a border czar, someone who led ICE for more than 30 years in New York City. So what we're looking for is really, who are these people? What are they going to do? And how are they going to change the current situation, which, of course, as you mentioned, the economy and immigration are two top issues on voters' minds that people want to see action from the Trump administration as soon as possible. The one curveball pick in the administration is, of course, Fox News weekend host Peter Hegseth, someone we all know in journalism, is going to be defense secretary. So that was something that surprised Republican senators, and that is an ongoing surprise for everyone involved.
Yeah, a lot of people still discussing that this morning. I know it was trending on X when I got to work this morning around 2:45 Eastern time, bright and early before the sun was out. So absolutely right, David. Looking ahead at that international conflict, if you don't mind getting back to it, we were discussing the conflict with Ukraine, also with the Middle East. I actually spoke with an expert this morning who was saying a lot of people in Israel are holding on to hope, hoping a Trump presidency will kind of reverse what the Biden-Harris administration has done, especially since there are several hostages in Hamas captivity at this hour.
Yeah, and rumor has it is that before Trump won, he talked to Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, telling him, hey, I want you to wind up this war before I take office. As you mentioned, that is on January 20th, or MLK Day. So we're looking for a quick exit. The problem is that the negotiations with Hamas have been largely unsuccessful. They've been mediated by the country of Qatar. And in Qatar, that's where Hamas lived in exile, at least the leaders did. They've been asked to leave the country of Qatar. And that was a U.S.-sponsored deal that was put into place several years ago. So there's really no framework for really finding peace and getting those hostages who have been in captivity for more than a year out of captivity, out of the tunnels in Gaza. So really, and there's another curveball in Israeli politics, which is that the defense secretary was just fired by Prime Minister Netanyahu. So no one really knows how this war is going to be wind down, but we're all waiting for a solution, especially for those hostages and their families who have shown a great deal of frustration with the Israeli government.
Yeah, and part of the reason of that firing was him saying that Hezbollah had been eradicated. And then we're seeing in real time out in Beirut, Lebanon, how the airstrikes are still continuing. So it's kind of confusing for people not only in Israel, but also right here in America. David, you mentioned a great point about this reversal of what the Trump administration plans to do. But if we're being realistic, it won't be an automatic swearing in ceremony, then a snap of a finger, and then things change from the past 4 years. It's been a long time coming. If you aren't happy with the Biden-Harris administration, talk about what that transition looks like, because we know, as you mentioned, those cabinet members, the members that President-elect Trump wants on his team, they are getting put into place, but they can't really start making changes until the first 100 days happens.
That's correct. And that's a president's power is at its maximum point the day he takes office. So that's why the first 100 days are so important. You'll see a flurry of executive orders, especially around the economy, immigration. You'll see some hardball with these foreign wars. President Trump has made it very clear that he wants to see the wars in Ukraine and in Israel wind down as soon as possible. And you're going to see a lot of people coming into the administration. Of course, these are subject to confirmation by the Senate. So it's not just automatic. Also, promises made, promises kept. You'll see a lot of things that were done during the Biden administration be repealed. This has now become a tradition in American politics. When there is a change of party, there's kind of a list of things that they want repealed as soon as possible, because that's what happens now, is that we only have two parties and we go from the pendulum swings from one side to the other. So you're going to see a lot of news around the Trump administration the first 100 days. And then after that, they will settle into normalcy.
And we know that current President Joe Biden and VP Harris, they are still working in real time. They have a few months, weeks, if we're being honest, left to make some final changes. After this conversation today between President-elect Donald Trump and current President Joe Biden, do you think some last-minute changes might happen with the Biden-Harris administration to set him up for success with some plans he might have that he wants to put in place?
A lot of the succession happens behind the scenes, moving out. People forget that the president has to move out, right? And has to pack boxes, and it's very boring. Imagine you're leaving your house and going to a new one. But I think what we mostly focus on in the last lame duck months of a president are the pardons. A lot of people are seeing if President Biden pardons his son Hunter, which he has said he will not, but a lot of the pardoning and whatnot and also, I remember during President Bush's last months, he declared many areas national wildernesses and national parks. He tried to leave a legacy. So a lot of presidents do throw last minute curveballs at the last second while they're paving the way for the transition for the incoming administration.
Political strategist David Grasso, a thorough and candid conversation as we are discussing politics this morning. Thank you so much for coming on the show and having this conversation with me. Anything else you'd like to add before we let you go? I know there are a lot of moving parts, and maybe you have something to add that maybe we didn't get to exactly.
Yeah, what's been really interesting, I think, is Elon Musk's presence at Mar-a-Lago, which is, of course, Donald Trump's home/club in West Palm Beach, Florida. What's really interesting is that Elon has joined a lot of the phone calls and been part of the decision making and recommended individual people, including people from his own companies, for the administration. Additionally, he has been put in charge of the Department of Government Efficiency along with his friend Vivek Ramaswamy, and they will supposedly before 2026 make massive cuts to the government. So we're all very anxious to know what these cuts are going to look like and how that's actually going to roll.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on that as well. David, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a great and safe rest of your day, okay?
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. And giving you another live look at the White House for this anticipated meeting that David so eloquently put it. A lot of eyes on this and a lot of moving parts. And of course, if we get any speeches before or after as it relates to this closed door meeting, you'll get that right here on Live Now from Fox. And all morning, you all have been weighing in. Do you think Biden and Trump's meeting today will actually offer a peaceful transfer of power come January? At last check, 83% of you say yes, while 10% of you say no and 7% of you are uncertain. Continue to let us know what you think by scanning that QR code on your screen or simply go to livenowfox.com/connect. The time now 8:29 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 8:31 is the time. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue to get the results into our poll of the day. We're asking you, do you think Biden and Trump's meeting today will offer a peaceful transfer of power? 83% of you say yes, 11% say no, and 6% of you say you are uncertain. Continue to let us know what you think by scanning that QR code on your screen or by going to livenowfox.com/connect. Again, giving you another live look at the White House as we are anticipating this meeting today, slated for 11 o'clock this morning Eastern time. And again, as we further discuss what could take place with this meeting, a lot of eyes are on Middle East, giving you a live look here at 8:32 out in Beirut, Lebanon. I can tell you all morning airstrikes have been happening in real time, conducted by Israeli Defense Forces. If you look to the middle of the screen on the left-hand side, you can actually see plumes of smoke from where one just happened. And we know that President Joe Biden is trying a last round of diplomacy for the Middle East before leaving the Oval Office. Fox News correspondent Trey Ying's joining us now with the very latest from Tel Aviv, Israel.
You've been a friend for a long time, a personal friend.
President Biden welcoming Israeli President Isaac Herzog to the Oval Office at a sensitive time in the Middle East conflict. Israel's new foreign and defense ministers floated a possible ceasefire over the weekend, but airstrikes from Israel and rocket fire from Hezbollah has intensified since then. And Defense Minister Israel Katz now says the fighting won't stop until all of Israel's war goals are complete.
We're defending our people, our brave soldiers and pilots, and I know that you're working very hard to make sure that this war will end and that there will be first and foremost security for the people of Israel.
President Biden still backing Israel as the war grinds on. And on Tuesday, the families of the American hostages being held by Hamas will meet with National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan for an update on the ceasefire talks.
You know, my commitment to Israel is ironclad, and we share a deep friendship.
But those efforts could be complicated by a growing rift between Israel and the U.S. over the issue of aid deliveries to Gaza. Today was the deadline set by U.S. officials for the Israeli military to allow more food and medicine to be distributed inside Gaza. The Israelis say they're doing their best and blame the UN distribution network for the delays.
The government of Israel takes extremely seriously the letter sent just shy of a month ago. So we are doing our utmost.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken also met with high-ranking Israeli officials on Tuesday and stressed the need for more humanitarian assistance for civilians in Gaza. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much for that update. And as we keep a close eye on conflict in the Middle East, we see that the Israeli government, they have taken the podium for their daily Israeli government briefing where they give updates as it relates to the current hostage situation, but also with the very latest with the conflicts, not only with Hamas, but also with Hezbollah in real time. Let's check in with them now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman for the National Public Diplomacy Directorate in the Office of the Prime Minister on Wednesday, the 13th of November, day 404 of the October 7th war. A couple of points from me, and then we'll get straight to your questions. Let me start with the government's latest official data from the north of Israel. Since the start of this war, Hezbollah have fired more than 15,900 rockets, hit Israel, have wounded 662 people in Israel, have killed 76 people here in Israel. They've burnt 230 million square meters of land. They've displaced 46,711 Israelis, evicted from their homes. Just yesterday, Hezbollah rocket fire killed Ziv Belfer, aged 52, and Shimon Najam, aged 54, in Nahariya, both murdered as a result of Hezbollah rockets launched from Lebanon. Near Haifa, the president remarked upon this in the Oval Office in his meeting with President Biden. a quick-thinking nursery school teacher moved the children in her classroom into a bomb shelter just as a Hezbollah UAV hit their kindergarten. She saved the lives of those children. More than 30 nurseries, primary schools, high schools have been hit in our north from Lebanon. Israel knows why we are fighting Hezbollah. We're often asked about the negotiations for a ceasefire, and it is true that the US and other countries are leading the negotiations to return quiet to our north, and our Foreign Minister Gideon Saar has talked about progress. But from Israel's perspective, the military campaign will continue until the immediate threat from Lebanon is removed and residents of our north can return safely to their homes in sovereign Israeli territory. Israel will not accept the existence of a terrorist military array on our northern border. We know what their intent is. It's to harm our people. Hezbollah's Conquer the Galilee plan, it made very clear, an invasion and massacre on a larger scale than the October 7th massacre. Next, an update from Kogat and Israel's humanitarian work in Gaza. In the last 24 hours, 117 humanitarian aid trucks entered Gaza via Kerem Shalom, Erez, and the new Kisufim crossings. 32 of those trucks entered northern Gaza. The trucks carried food, shelter, equipment, medical supplies, including dialysis machines and water sanitation equipment. The trucks arrived from Jordan, Egypt, and Israel. Only 41 trucks were collected from the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom by international organizations. And once again, our daily reminder to those that say that not enough aid is getting in, 870 trucks worth of aid are simply waiting for collection. Maybe the UN doesn't know where they are. Well, they're on the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom crossing. You can't miss them. It's 900 containers worth of food languishing in the sun. Come and pick them up, United Nations. Deliver it to the Gazans in need. Do your job. You can bring your own truck. Israel will get them in. Maybe if you journalists attending this briefing will ask them about it, with your pressure, we can clear the backlog and aid those that need to get this aid. Also, a tanker of fuel and 6 tankers of cooking gas went in. Kogat facilitated an airdrop in southern Gaza of thousands of food packages. And a convoy of 30 trucks entered Gaza directly through Gate 96. A tanker of fuel went to northern Gaza for the refueling of essential infrastructure. And as usual, a rotation of humanitarian personnel has been successfully completed. Now, when it comes to bread, I've told you before that 12 large bakeries operate in Gaza, 4 in the north and 8 in the southern central Gaza, producing 3 million pita loaves every day. And in preparation for the winter, the specific needs of the season are being coordinated, and Kogat is expanding humanitarian responses for the needs of Gaza's civilians. Finally, before we take your questions, the Prime Minister last night made a direct appeal to Iran's people, to themselves, not the regime, to the Iranian people. Just last night, it's on the Prime Minister's website. The last message of this kind struck a chord with Iranians because it was viewed many millions of times within Iran. The Prime Minister revealed that the Khomeini regime, the last attack on Israel, cost Iran a whopping $2.3 billion. That is a phenomenal amount of money, $2.3 billion. The Prime Minister asked Iranians just to imagine what those funds could have done for the needs of Iranians in schools, in hospitals, in their aging infrastructure, in their creaking water infrastructure. The tyrants of Tehran obsess about destroying Israel, but as the Prime Minister said, that another attack on Israel would simply cripple Iran's economy. Iranians are not falling for it. Khomeini's regime seeks to divert their attention from Iran's real issues by attacking Israel. The Prime Minister painted a brighter picture when he said there is another way. So that's the end of our briefing here today. Now take your questions in the chat together with your news outlet. Okay, first question I can see here is from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Could you comment on the nomination of Mike Huckabee as U.S. ambassador to Israel, the first evangelical Christian in the post? Thank you for that question, Joel. Yes, indeed, the government of Israel welcomes these new appointments. It's clear that Mr. Huckabee, who is a very regular visitor to Israel, has a unique understanding of this country and the entire region, the challenges we face, the routes to peace, and what's needed to be able to get there. So these appointments are very much welcomed by Israel's government. Next question. There are reports that reservists are responding to call-ups less frequently than before. Can you describe the national mood here in Israel? Thank you for that question, Joel. Well, I will sum up the national mood with one word, and that word is determination. We are facing a vicious enemy, an enemy that seeks to wipe this country off the face of the earth, an enemy which has been coordinated by Iran, the tentacles of Iran. Our people have stepped up to the plate in the most remarkable way. We have made a lot of demands on our soldiers, our conscripted soldiers from our standing army, but also especially from our reserve soldiers. Some of them have served more than 100, sometimes 200 days during this war for our very survival, and they have flocked to support this country, and they continue to flock to support this country. Why? For the simple reason, as we say in Hebrew, Ein lanu eretz acheret. We have no other land. There is only one homeland for the Jewish people. It's right here in the state of Israel, together with the others who live here that wish to live with us in peace. And this country needs to be defended. When we see Israelis, when they see, you ask about the national mood, Joel, when we see the violence in Amsterdam, the repeat of scenes that we all thought were confined to the 1930s and 1940s, when we see the Jew hatred, when we see in European capitals and elsewhere in the US as well, we understand why this country, the successful continuation and the success of this country is so important. So the demands on our reserve soldiers have been very, very high, but our people have stepped up to the plate in the most remarkable way, showing sacrifice, which their families have felt, which their businesses have felt, which their jobs have felt, which their employees have felt. But still, we know we have no other choice but to defend this country and bring peace back to the region, for a brighter future for all the people here in Israel. Next question is from Hannah Julian at the Jewish Press. Two questions. Can you comment on the release of a hostage video by the family of Alexander or Sasha Trufanov, 28, an Amazon employee who is being held by Islamic Jihad? And also, is there any information about any actions taken by Amazon to free him? Thank you for that question, Hannah. Well, I'll tell you how I'll answer that question. This is Islamic Jihad. That video shows exactly what Islamic Jihad is. We know that Hamas sits at the head of the terrorist organizations of Gaza, but Islamic Jihad also participated in the October 7th massacre. We know that they also stole our hostages as well and hold our hostages. Yes, indeed, Sasha Trufanov is an Amazon employee. Their brutality, the brutality of Islamic Jihad, knows no boundaries. These are awful terrorist organizations, and they are being defeated. When it comes to the negotiations to release our hostages. I can just repeat again that once again, as Jake Sullivan has reiterated, it is Hamas that continues to impose impossible conditions on their release. And the final part of your question is there any information about actions taken by Amazon to free him? Indeed, Sasha is an employee of Amazon, and I do not have any information on actions by the management of Amazon to free Sasha. Next question is from David Clement from the News Forum. Antony Blinken has said that Israel has achieved its war aims in Gaza and should let the displaced return home. Does the Prime Minister's office have a response? Thank you for that question, David. Well, look, let me answer your question in this way. Our war aims have been very clearly laid out by the Prime Minister. They are, this war will continue until they're all met. The return of all of our hostages, 101 of them, and they have not yet been released. Now, they could be released this afternoon. Hamas and Islamic Jihad could lay down their arms and the war would be over immediately. The Prime Minister has said that. The second one of our war aims is dismantling of Hamas's governmental and military capabilities, removing the terrorist threat to Israel. Now, while it is true that we have shattered almost all of Hamas, the remnants of Hamas are fighting against us. They've regrouped in the north of Gaza. We have broken them in Jabalia, and we are taking apart the rest of their fighters, of their terrorist fighters, in other parts of Gaza. And we're doing that because, yes, of course, we want this war to be over as soon as possible. And when we think back to the Allies in Germany, the war against Germany, against the Nazis, ended when the Nazis surrendered. Not when every single Nazi was killed, but when the Nazis surrendered. Hamas have not surrendered. They continue to fight against us. Their objective is to harm our troops and also our civilians. They are continually trying to launch rockets or any other projectiles against our civilians. Our duty is to make sure that Hamas and other terrorist organizations do not threaten us again. And of course, the final war aim is to get our residents of the north safely back into their homes. Next question from David Clement. Does the PMO have a comment on Islamic Jihad video showing Sasha Trufanov? Yes, indeed. We've just given comment to the question a bit further up, just before David. Okay, I think that's the last question. Okay, my friends, thank you for joining us. Please join us again for the next briefing. Oh, there's another question from Fred Ager. And Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, in the video statement addressed to the Iran's citizens this November the 12th, just yesterday, underlined that a third Iranian attack on Israel would cripple Iran's economy. Does this mean that the response from Israel would be to target oil facilities? Would Israel also target other energy facilities to cripple Iran's economy even more? Thank you for that question, Fred. Look, we are prepared for every scenario, both defensive and offensive. So in answer to your question, we are very closely monitoring developments from Iran and their proxies. And let's be clear, no one should be in any doubt that Israel will strike at anyone who acts or plans to harm us. Now, you're right, the Prime Minister made a lot of comments last night regarding Iran and that also that the Iranian people are as much victims. We estimate that maybe 70 or 80% of Iran's population are against that regime that persecutes women, that persecutes minorities, that does not allow freedom of expression. We've been very, very clear on that, and the Prime Minister made those points. But he reiterated that. Let me share with you what the Prime Minister's vision is, because we are dismantling the axis of evil that we face, this Iranian one. and they are calculated blows. We've made it clear that no longer will terrorist armies be on our borders. That includes Hamas, no longer in rule in Gaza, and Hezbollah will not sit on our northern border at positions that are just a few meters away from our border, which threaten us. They want to invade our country. This will not happen anymore. We're also severing Iran's, I'll get to the Iranian, Iran itself, but we are severing Iran's pipelines of weapons to Hezbollah, which flow through Syria much of the time, and from there on to Lebanon. Now, when it comes to Lebanon, let me just say this, that 1701 and 1559 are UN resolutions. They only are only worth the paper they're written on if they are enforced. It's all about enforcement. So our security and the space between Israel's northern border and the Litani River, there needs to be that Hezbollah cannot be there, and that needs to be properly enforced. Now, when it comes to Iran, Israel has already struck its soft underbelly. I said yesterday from this podium that their vulnerability has been exposed. There are lots of haughty words from the Iranian regime leaders, but they cannot cover up the fact in Iran today that Israel has a greater freedom of action than ever before. The Prime Minister's made clear that we can go anywhere that we need to go in Iran. We do not wish this conflict against Iran, but we are defending ourselves. Now, the supreme objective that the government has set for the IDF when it comes to preventing Iran from attaining nuclear weapons is very, very high on our agenda. Halting the nuclear program has been, and it remains, our chief concern. We will not take our eyes off this objective. Now, obviously, Fred, you wouldn't expect me to share with you details, but we will achieve this goal. The foreign minister has made that clear. An Iran with nuclear weapons is simply not a reality that we are prepared to live with. Experience has taught this country and throughout history that when someone says that they wish to wipe this country off the face of the earth, they mean it. We believe them. Holocaust denial. They have a conference every year on Holocaust denial in Iran. There's a stopwatch, a clock, which counts down the end of Israel in a square in Tehran. We know these things, we know what the objectives of Iran are, and we know precisely how to defend ourselves. Another question here from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. There are reports that Iran is reconsidering a third attack on Israel, in the hope of negotiating with the incoming US administration. Does Israel consider such reports credible? Thank you for that question, Joel. An Iran which is deterred from attacking Israel is a good thing. Let's be clear. Deterrence is always an extremely important aspect of any country's defensive posture, and it's no different for Israel. So an Iran deterred is most certainly a positive development. Okay, I think that is the last question now. Thank you for joining us here today. Please join us on the next one, and in the meantime, please do stay safe. Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, that was David Mencer there, the Israeli government spokesperson, speaking about conflict in the Middle East. Thanks for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Christy Matino. I'll be with you for the next several hours or so. Well, we did want to head over to an event that happened a bit earlier this morning. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking in Brussels, Belgium. We do have those remarks for you that we're going to play out for just a little bit as we await more live events.
China through sanction circumvention, through dual-use goods being delivered into Russia is helping the war effort, and of course Iran is doing this through drone technology and other deliveries into Russia. And here Russia is paying in money, and this helps Iran to continue its efforts to destabilize the Middle East and even beyond the Middle East. So what you see here, and this is what we discussed this morning, that the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific, these are not two separate theaters. This is all getting more and more combined, and Ukraine has an impact now globally. And that means that we have to stay the course, that we have to ramp up defense production on the US side, here in Europe, that we have to do more in terms of spending, and that we have to do more to make sure that Ukraine can prevail. But again, Tony, you've been 4 years in this role. You have been a huge support for NATO. You have visited many times. You have many friends here. I really want to thank you for your leadership. Of course, so far, but also over the next 2 months, we will need you in that role. Thank you for being here and being the man you are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Well, it's always very good to be at NATO, and as Mark said, not exactly our first visit. In fact, I think we have an apartment here now, so that we can take advantage of all of these visits, and we always feel very much at home. But I have to say, first of all, we're so gratified to have the alliance in such strong, capable hands with Secretary General Rutte. And this, going forward, to me is a point of tremendous confidence for the alliance and for everything that we need to do together. We had a very productive discussion today about our ongoing support for Ukraine in the face of an ongoing Russian aggression. As well, this added element now of DPRK, North Korean forces, injected into the battle, and now quite literally in combat, which demands and will get a firm response. We see increasingly the indivisibility of security between and among these different theaters, the Euro-Atlantic theater, the Indo-Pacific theater, the Middle East, and it's critical that we find ways to work ever more closely together. One of the things that NATO's done in recent years is to strengthen its partnership with Indo-Pacific partners, and we'll do more of that in the weeks and months ahead. But I think we also took account of an alliance that has a lot of work to do in terms of continuing to strengthen its defense industrial base, to make sure that its spending is focused on the necessary capabilities. We're at a place now where 23 of the NATO allies are at or above the 2% of GDP mark on defense spending, which is good, but we want to make sure that spending is focused where it needs to be focused. So we had a very productive discussion about that, and I'm very much looking forward to meeting with all of the NATO partners in the North Atlantic Council right now, and to continue these conversations throughout the course of this day. We'll be back for the Foreign Ministers meeting in just a few weeks' time. We have a very intense and important agenda over the next couple of months, and as I said to Secretary General, President Biden fully intends to drive through the tape and use every day to continue to do what we've done over these last 4 years, which is strengthen this alliance that's so critical to the security of the United States, the security of countries throughout Europe, and we will do that. And as well, to continue to shore up everything we're doing for Ukraine to make sure that it can effectively defend itself against the Russian aggression. Thanks very much.
All right, so again, that was Secretary Blinken speaking on the Ukraine conflict. We did want to pivot now to what we were just saying. A little bit earlier this morning, he spoke in Brussels, Belgium, regarding the Middle Eastern conflict. We're going to head over there and play that out for you right now.
Well, good morning, everyone. First, it's a pleasure, as always, to be back at NATO. We had very good discussions with Secretary General Mark Rutte. Delighted to see him at the helm of the alliance in this critical moment, as well as with all of our NATO colleagues at the North Atlantic Council. The purpose of this visit is to focus our efforts on ensuring that Ukraine has the money, the munitions, and the mobilized forces to fight effectively in 2025, or to be able to negotiate a peace from a position of strength. And this is a critical moment because we see, first, the ongoing Russian onslaught against Ukraine in the east, as well as against civilians, against critical energy infrastructure. We see now the introduction of North Korean forces into the fight. And this is a profound and incredibly dangerous development in two ways. First, of course, because it's adding fuel to the fire for Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And that's of deep concern to everyone around the NATO table. But it's also a two-way street. The relationship between Russia and North Korea is working in both directions. And there's deep concern about what Russia is or may be doing to strengthen North Korea's capacities, its missile capacity, its nuclear capacity, as well as the experience that the North Korean forces are getting in their efforts to support Russia against Ukraine. So there's a clear commitment that this gets, and it will get, a firm response from the alliance, from many countries that are concerned both in the Euro-Atlantic theater and in the Indo-Pacific. As we're working to make sure that Ukraine has what it needs to effectively defend itself, the United States continues to step up. We've obligated just recently and pushed out the door another $8 billion in security assistance for Ukraine. That was in September. Another almost $500 million just a few weeks ago. And President Biden is committed to making sure that every dollar we have at our disposal will be pushed out the door between now and January 20th. We're making sure that Ukraine has the air defenses it needs, that it has the artillery it needs, that it has the armored vehicles it needs. But as always, this is not just the United States. We have more than 50 countries working actively in support of Ukraine. And as I said before, this is maybe the best example of burden sharing that I've ever seen in the 32 years that I've been doing this. The United States has dedicated about $100 billion to Ukraine. Allies and partners around the world, $150 billion. And we continue to see that every day. But it's also a moment for everyone to do more. And we're counting on European partners and others to strongly support Ukraine's mobilization with training and equipment for these forces. We need to see more artillery, more air defenses, more munitions getting to the Ukrainians. And we had a good conversation about all the work that allies and partners will be doing to step up to this moment as well. It's also, more broadly, an important moment for the alliance. And we discussed this with the Secretary General and with our colleagues around the North Atlantic Council. We'll be looking in the weeks ahead at the strategy that NATO has for dealing with Russia, and particularly making sure that we have the strongest possible defense and deterrence. We'll be looking at what we're doing to deal with some of the challenges posed by China, including the support that China is giving to Russia in the war of aggression through its support for Russia's defense industrial base. We'll be looking at the challenge of hybrid threats, including those coming from. All of this is front and center in our agenda, but today the focus was intensely on what we're doing and what we're doing together to make sure that Ukraine's in the strongest possible position heading into 2025. Finally, this. As we were looking at the state of our alliance, not just in the struggle with Russia for Ukraine, but more broadly, I think we can say that we have an alliance that is stronger, bigger, more effective than it's ever been as a result of the work of the last 4 years. And the ongoing importance of making sure that we have a strong NATO, one that we're engaged in, invested in, and helping to lead, I think that could not be more vital than it is now. Here's what we know. Here's what we know from history over these last 75 years. And here's what we know looking forward. The best way to defend our countries, to prevent wars, to have security, is through the investments we're making in NATO and in our other alliances and partnerships. NATO in particular is founded on this principle. An attack on one is an attack on all. And that means that any would-be aggressor, anyone looking to take the fight to a NATO country, knows that if they do that, they have to take on all NATO countries. That is the strongest possible deterrent to war. It's the best way to prevent war in the first place. It's the best way to ensure our security. And that's why it's so vital that we continue to invest in this extraordinary alliance and continue to lead in this extraordinary alliance. Happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Ching.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Good morning.
Several questions for you, if you can indulge me. On Ukraine, is there any development lifting restrictions on long-range fires? What can the U.S. realistically do to improve the situation in Ukraine in the remaining time you have that cannot be easily undone? Are there any new ideas you hope to implement, and can you also outline specific actions the U.S. and NATO allies do in response to North Korea's direct support for Russia's war in Ukraine? On Gaza, many humanitarian organizations are saying in Gaza has actually gotten worse since you sent your letter 30 days ago, and that Israel has failed to address several of the listed concerns. Moving forward, what motivation will Israel have to improve the conditions on the ground when you fail to follow through on your previous warnings? Thank you.
Thanks very much. So on Ukraine, as I said, the president is determined that we push every dollar out the door that we have at our disposal, notably from the $61 billion supplemental that was passed on a bipartisan basis by Congress some months ago. And we're on track to do exactly that. So the drawdowns that we can do from our military equipment, they will go forward. Obligating funds, that will go forward. And that should ensure that Ukraine continues to receive from us what it needs. But equally important is the work of our allies and partners. And as I said, we have 50 countries that have been acting in support of Ukraine. And I'm convinced from the conversations we have today and the conversations we have virtually every day that that support will continue. And not only continue, I expect it to increase, and that our partners will continue to more than pick up their share of the burden. So that's critical. In terms of exactly what we're doing, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Every month that we've been engaged in defense of Ukraine since the Russian aggression, we have adapted and adjusted to the needs of Ukraine. As the battlefield changes, as what Russia is doing changes, as new elements are introduced, for example, the North Korean forces. And I can tell you that we will continue to adapt and adjust, again, to make sure that Ukraine's in the strongest possible position to deal with this aggression, to deter further aggression, to effectively defend itself. On the Middle East and on Gaza, let me be very clear about both the intent and the effect of the letter that Secretary Austin and I sent a month ago to our Israeli counterparts. The intent was to inject a sense of urgency with Israel to take necessary steps to address the dire humanitarian situation of children, women, and men in Gaza. The effect has been that of the 15 steps that we urged action on, Israel has taken action, either in implementing or in being in the process of implementing 12 of the 15 steps. There are three big issues that still need to be addressed that come from the letter. First, making sure that when Israel engages in an operation and people have been evacuated from an area, that once that operation is done, it rescind the evacuation order so that people can return. And we can start to take down some of this horrific overcrowding that we're seeing in parts of Gaza where people have been sent to. So that's one. Second, we want to see, along with the humanitarian assistance that's getting in, commercial trucks getting in with commercial goods. This is vital because so many of the things that the commercial truckers bring in, including things like fruits and vegetables, are absolutely essential to the balanced nutrition for people in Gaza. That in turn is critical to making sure they have the immunities they need to fight off disease. And that's not something normally the humanitarians do. This comes in through commercial means. The challenge there, in terms of restoring commercial trucking, has been a huge problem of lawlessness and looting inside of Gaza that needs to be addressed, and that we're working on finding a solution to. That right now there are 900 trucks that are inside of Gaza at Kerem Shalom, but backed up. They can't be distributed because of this looting. and because of the criminality. So it's imperative that that be addressed. Israel has responsibilities to do that. We're also working with Egypt. And then, in my judgment, maybe most significantly, we need to see real and extended pauses in large areas of Gaza, pauses in any fighting, in any combat, so that the assistance can effectively get to people who need it. There are huge challenges in that regard, but we've also seen real solutions. The polio vaccination campaign was the one thing that's been very successful in Gaza. Hundreds of thousands of children got polio vaccines. But critical to success in doing that was having extended pauses for days, not simply hours, as is the case right now, to make sure that everyone bringing assistance in has the ability to bring it in and to distribute it and to have space to do that. So we will be working on this intensely in the days ahead. I'll be discussing this further with President Biden. And the responsibility that Israel has in terms of making sure that assistance to the best of its ability can get to people who need it is an ongoing responsibility. And I believe that the steps that it's taken over the last weeks to address what we had in our letter, those steps would not have been taken absent the letter. But it's also critical, as the letter made clear, that not only are these steps taken, but they need to be fully implemented and they need to be sustained if they're going to have effect. Yes, the last month has been terrible for people. The letter went out already. We were into October. We're starting to see, as I said, implementation of most of the steps that we've laid out. It will take some time for them to have an effect. And again, they have to be fully implemented. They have to be sustained. But even with that, I think it's essential that we see things like more extended pauses. Now, the hard bottom line truth is also this. Even with all of these steps, the situation is so difficult and so dramatic that to fully redress it, to fully answer the needs of people, the best way to do that is to end the war. And from my perspective, what we've seen is this. Israel, by the standards it set itself, has accomplished the goals that it set for itself, the strategic goals it set for itself. It was rightly determined to make sure, to the best of its ability, that October 7th could never happen again. And to do that, it said that it needed to dismantle the military organization of Hamas and to get the leadership that was responsible for October 7th. It's done both of those things. So this should be a time to end the war. To do that, I think we need two things fundamentally. One is we have to make sure that the hostages come home, including the 7 Americans. We've been working, as you know, on trying to get an agreement on a hostage and ceasefire deal. Hamas, tragically, has demonstrated that it's not going to engage on that, despite the renewed efforts we've made in recent weeks. It's one of the reasons why Qatar has told them to leave Qatar. But we also need to make sure that we have a plan for what follows. And this is something I've been working on intensely in recent weeks, so that if Israel decides to end the war and we find a way to get the hostages out, we also have a clear plan so that Israel can get out of Gaza, and we make sure that Hamas is not going back in. So those plans.
All right, we are just listening in there to Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking on the Middle Eastern conflict. You also heard him talking about Ukraine. Again, this was a little bit earlier today in Brussels, Belgium. Well, we'd like to give you some live looks right now. Big day here in Washington, D.C., as we are expecting President-elect Donald Trump and President Biden to meet today at the White House around 11 a.m., and we'll keep you updated on that. Also, Elon Musk is traveling with Trump to D.C. However, it is of note he's only going to be present in the GOP leadership meeting, which is also going on today. And speaking of that, we did want to give you a live look over there as well, as again, this is a stakeout, as we like to call it. We have our cameras set up outside the Hyatt here in Washington, D.C. You can see Regency on Capitol Hill as the U.S. House Republicans are holding their closed leadership elections. President-elect Donald Trump, again, expected to stop by there this morning. And Senate Republican Conference is meeting as well to hold secret ballot elections for several leadership positions this morning. Most importantly, though, including the successor of Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who will lead the Republican majority next year. They are trying to figure out who their next leader will be. Again, just giving you those live looks. And last one we want to show you here, because we do like to bring these live looks to you here on Live Now from Fox, is this is coming out of Houston, Texas. This is a funeral service for Houston firefighter Marcelo Garcia. This public funeral service for him is today, 9 a.m. at the Co-Cathedral of the Sacred Heart. It is a separate private viewing that will be held for family and close friends. So again, we'll keep an eye on this for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll see you in just 2 short minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. 9:20 here on the East Coast, 6:20 on the West Coast, giving you a live look outside the White House right now. As a little bit later today, President-elect Donald Trump and President Biden set to meet to discuss the transition, the peaceful transition of power. Again, this is the first step in that. As Doug Luzader reports from Washington this morning, that's just one of the big events happening in the nation's capital today. Let's pivot over there and listen in.
We have big leadership elections taking place here on Capitol Hill today and at the White House. A traditional but awkward meeting in the Oval Office. Is the White House big enough for both of them? Later this morning, President-elect Donald Trump is set to arrive here for his one-on-one post-election meeting with President Joe Biden.
He wants to show the American people that the system works, right? To trust on the institution, to trust that the norms do matter here.
A norm, but 4 years ago, Trump, who was disputing the 2020 election results, did not invite Biden.
I'm so happy that all of our new members are here.
Meantime, on Capitol Hill today, Republican senators will vote for a successor to leader Mitch McConnell. 3 candidates are vying for the job. And while the House is still up for grabs, with election results still coming in, Republicans hope to retain their majority there, even as at least 2 members depart to join the Trump administration.
Someone gets ill or has a car accident or a late flight on their plane, that it affects the votes on the floor.
And among the most recent hires for the Trump administration, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem has been picked to lead the Department of Homeland Security. A former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe, selected as CIA director. A former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee is in line to become the U.S. ambassador to Israel. Fox News host Pete Hegseth has been chosen to be the next Secretary of Defense. Billionaire Elon Musk and former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy will jointly lead a newly created Department of Government Efficiency to reduce bureaucracy. And in addition to his meeting with President Biden this morning, President-elect Trump also meeting with House Republicans here on Capitol Hill. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you to Doug Luzader, again giving you that live look outside the White House as we are expecting Trump and Biden to meet around the 11 a.m. Eastern Time hour. But what can we expect during this meeting? Well, for that, we do want to bring in Seth Radwell. He's a political analyst and a friend of the show. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much, Christy. It's great to be back with you.
Great. Yeah, we're happy to have you. So first question here, what can we expect? Again, this is the first step in this peaceful transfer of power. What exactly does that mean?
Well, it's very important in many ways. This is a decades-old tradition of the outgoing president hosting the incoming president in the Oval Office. It's part of a whole series of traditions that relate to demonstrating in the U.S. that we have a peaceful transition of power, going back all the way to the original starting of the country when John Adams first was president and then had to yield that to Thomas Jefferson. So we've done this many times. What's interesting about this one today is that it requires extensive preparation. Both chiefs of staff have spoken before. They've worked out an agenda. There's been very cordial planning. But what's interesting is that 4 years ago, of course, this did not happen. When Trump was disputing the 2020 election in 2021 in January for his inauguration, number one, there was no invitation in December or November for Biden to come to the White House, nor did Trump attend the inauguration. And both of those were quite unprecedented.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, have we seen this scenario before? You know, Biden beating Trump back in 2020. Now Trump is coming back after Biden. Could this create maybe sort of an awkward situation, so to say? Have we seen this before in U.S. history?
Well, there's no question that it's awkward, but we have seen it before in one case. Well, first of all, there was a presidential rematch in 1956 when President Dwight Eisenhower beat for the second time Adlai Stevenson. So that was a rematch. But I think more attuned to what's happening now, if you have to go back to Grover Cleveland, he was elected to president in 1884. And he lost to Benjamin Harrison in 1888, but then he defeated Harrison in 1892. So he did, in fact, come back, much like Trump. So that's the last time we've had a situation like this. It was one time in our history back in the 1880s.
And I am pulling up a live image right now of President-elect Donald Trump landing in Washington, D.C., as he is set to meet with Biden here very shortly. My next question for you, one of the big topics here, Israel. How much is that going to be at the forefront of the conversation?
I think it will be a big topic. So the meeting today in terms of substance will be broad-ranging. But much of the substance, I'm convinced, will be international security issues because there's so many of them going on. Israel will be maybe at the top of the list, along with the Ukraine war. Again, because these are going to be international issues and security issues, this will all be confidential. We don't expect big reporting out of what they discuss, but this will be the topic. I also think another security issue they will discuss will be attempts at election interference by foreign nations. There was a report that I'm not sure how verified it had become that Iran was behind an attempt to assassinate Trump on election day. So there were many cases of interference this last election, including that one. And so that will also be on the agenda. I think there are many other international issues as well. Now, of course, they will discuss domestic issues, and we'll probably get some readout of what was discussed, but it will be very high level since, again, most of the conversation will be confidential.
And we do know as well a big day in Washington as U.S. House Republicans are meeting today, as well as Senate Republicans. They're expected to pick their new majority leader. Will that be a big part of what we can expect Trump and Biden to also discuss today?
Well, this is a very interesting situation because there are three candidates that are vying to take the Senate Majority Leader position from McConnell. Right. One is John Cornyn, one is John Thune, and then there's Rick Scott from Florida. And it seems that the senators are very much keen on keeping Trump out of this decision. They have a decorum, a policy in the Senate that goes way back, and they're resisting Trump's influence. But I think it's interesting that Trump, I think, probably would prefer Senator Rick Scott from Florida, but I'm not sure he will push that issue far. I did note, though, and I think you mentioned it, that Elon Musk will join Mr. Trump with the House Republicans. So I'm not sure if that's an indication that maybe President-elect Trump will try to push his decision, if you will, his influence in who becomes majority leader in the Senate. But it is an interesting meeting, and I think will happen as well today.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question. President-elect Donald Trump has not made an endorsement in the Senate leader race. Scott's race, however, has gained the support of Trump allies like Bobby Kennedy Jr., also, as you said, Elon Musk. So really, we really aren't seeing a clear path of who is going to win that over, correct?
Right. I mean, I think the favorites, if you will, had been John Cornyn and John Thune. I think now with this latest development, Rick Scott may have a chance. So one of the things that we'll be able to assess based on this decision is to what degree is Trump's imprint going to really affect not only the executive branch, of course, but the legislative branch. And that will be a very interesting indicator depending on how this falls out.
All right, so we've talked a little bit about how this is the first step in this peaceful transfer of power, as I'm giving our viewers a live look at the U.S. Capitol building this morning. What steps after this meeting with Biden and Trump come next before Inauguration Day? What needs to happen in order to fulfill this transfer of power?
Well, there's a lot of meetings at the lower levels, if you will, between the two chiefs of staff, the incoming and the outgoing, as well as the department heads. So that the secretaries of state, for example, ingoing and outgoing, they will have their staffs will create agendas that will then roll out over the next couple of weeks as the transition continues. Again, much of this did not happen in 2020. I speak a lot in my book, American Schism, about how important the peaceful transition of power is. It's something that shows to the world, and the founders had this in their minds when they modeled this, that we can be a peaceful country which elects new leaders and the new leaders take power with cooperation and support from the old leaders. So that's why it's such an important indication. We have to remember there are so many countries in the world where this does not happen, where there aren't fair elections in the first place, but where changes of power are the result of aggression, of violence, coups. So this is, again, a model of American democracy for 250 years. And I can't overstate how important it is. In one case that's very interesting, John Adams was very upset at the inauguration of Thomas Jefferson. I mean, he was beaten by Jefferson after one term, and he did not attend the inauguration. That there are a couple of, that was also, by the way, a very bitter election, like the ones we have now. There were other cases when presidents didn't attend the election, but it was usually because they were ill or had passed away, of course, or out of the country. So, but usually presidents attend the incoming president's inauguration. So that, again, is part of the plan. And I think we'll see in the Trump presidency, I think the fact that Trump now is likely to get a trifecta, meaning that Republicans will win the majority in the Senate. Trump certainly had a very convincing win in the presidential election. And I think it looks like the House will also have a narrow majority for the Republicans. So what does that mean? I think Trump's first 100 days will be quite aggressive.
All right, Seth Radwell, always appreciate you coming on and break this down for us. Thanks so much.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you so much.
Of course. All right, going to head back to that live look at the Capitol for you as we've been talking about a lot going on in Washington, D.C. today. Again, Biden and Trump set to meet, but of course, the incoming Senate Republican Conference also meeting to hold this ballot election for several leadership positions this morning, also expecting to see who they're going to pick as their new majority leader. Around 9:30 this morning, the conference for the 119th Congress will choose a new leader, as I just said, Republican whip, conference chair, and other leadership positions. As for Senate leader, there are 3 names being tossed around, which Seth just went over for us. Senate Minority Whip John Thune, Senator John Cornyn from Texas, and Florida Senator Rick Scott. Also happening on Capitol Hill, U.S. House Republicans holding their closed leadership elections. President-elect Trump again set to make an appearance there. As of this morning, we're still unsure who will be in control of the House. Republicans have won 216 seats by our count and only need 2 more to win the 218 majority. I am going to pop up this live image right now as we are seeing President-elect Donald Trump's plane has just landed here in Washington, D.C., as he will soon be en route to the White House to meet with President Biden. I'm going to keep an eye on this for you. I'll also pop up maybe a box or two here so that we can watch as we see President-elect Trump stepping down from the plane onto the tarmac. In the meantime, I do want to pivot over to Fox's Rebecca Castor. She has more about the focus shifting to which Republicans will hold these top leadership positions in Congress.
Republicans taking their victory lap on Capitol Hill Tuesday, returning to Washington for the first time since last week's red wave. The GOP flipped the Senate and is on the cusp of maintaining control of the House.
We believe in our hearts that America's best days are ahead of us, and we're excited to deliver upon that promise.
Louisiana Congressman Mike Johnson is likely to keep his role as Speaker of the House. The bigger question is which Republican will lead the new Senate. Mitch McConnell is stepping down after leading his party for nearly 2 decades.
If we don't have the right leader in the Senate, then what's going to happen is all the things that Donald Trump wants to do is going to get bogged down, not going to happen.
Florida Senator Rick Scott is one lawmaker vying for the role. He's up against Texas Senator John Cornyn and Senate Minority Whip John Thune.
In the end, the senators who are going to be voting, they know me. They know my record and how hard we've worked.
Scott is seen as the most aligned with the president-elect. Donald Trump has not endorsed a candidate, but his close ally Elon Musk is supporting Scott. Wednesday, senators will vote by a secret ballot.
We will pick a leader who will advance President Trump's agenda.
So far, Trump has tapped 2 House Republicans to join his administration. Elise Stefanik is nominated for ambassador to the United Nations, and Mike Waltz has been offered the role of national security advisor. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right. Thank you to Rebecca Castor, again, giving you this live look at President-elect Trump's plane. We are waiting for him to step out there and onto the tarmac again, en route to the White House today to meet with President Biden. I also did want to share this image with you here. This is inside the Capitol as the U.S. House Republicans are holding their closed leadership elections. Again, Trump also set to swing by there this morning as well. So a lot on the docket here today as we continue to track all of this for you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go away for a quick 2-minute break. Oh, actually, it looks like we do have, is that Senator Ted Cruz? It looks like, let's see if we can hear anything right now. All right, that was very brief. The senator did just walk away there. So we are going to take our 2-minute break. When we come back, we will bring these live events to you. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you this live look right now as President-elect Donald Trump stepping off the plane onto the tarmac. He is en route to the White House to meet with President Biden today. Again, a lot going on today. He's also set to swing by the U.S. House Republicans meeting as well in the Capitol. He's got a lot on the docket today. And again, as we've been saying here on Live Now from Fox, we do have a lot of events going on in Washington, D.C. Again, we are also expecting for the Senate to announce their new leader. We did hear yesterday from Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, as well as current Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer. They spoke yesterday. I did want to play out some of their comments, and we will pop up some boxes for you so you can keep an eye on all of the live events going on here in Washington, D.C. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Of voting in a national election and of passing the torch peacefully. There are many things we can say about what happened last Tuesday. It was not the result many of us wanted. But we live in a democracy where the will of the people is respected and followed, and the American people have spoken. I congratulate President-elect Trump on his victory, and I look forward to speaking with him soon. And I congratulate Vice President Harris and Governor Walz for running a historic campaign. They can be proud of the incredible work their team has done over the last 4 months. The values Vice President Harris ran on will live on: individual freedom, opportunity for all, and working together to build a safer, stronger nation. And for those of us who have been given the honor of representing the people of our states, we look forward to serving, to governing, to working in a principled and bipartisan fashion to reward the trust the American people have placed in us. Now, to my fellow Democrats across America, it's natural and appropriate to feel deep disappointment, grief, and even anger in this moment. I understand those feelings. It never feels good to come up short. But when you do, you get up, you dust yourself off, you learn, and you prepare to do better in the future. You study what occurred. We will do that. You listen to what voters are saying, and you find ways to make government responsive to those wants and desires, those dreams, those needs. And you also take the approval of the voters from places we each represent, those voters who sent us back to the Senate, and carry forth the principles we campaigned on and we won on. And you find ways to put those principles into practice as much as possible, while finding ways to work in a bipartisan fashion to get things done. As I told my caucus this week, we should regard this election not merely as a defeat, but more importantly, as a challenge. The American people have presented us with a challenge, and we must answer the call. We have to look at what we did right, what we did wrong, and what we didn't do but should have done. First, we have to look at what we did right and continue to pursue those goals. Many of our Senate colleagues, after all, are returning to the Senate despite facing strong headwinds. I'll say more about that in a moment. Second, we have to understand the things we did wrong and how we must change. And third, we have to look at what we didn't do but should have done. We'll have these important and necessary conversations in due course, and everyone must have a seat at the table. We must be honest, we must be practical, and we must never abandon the roots that have defined the Democratic Party for generations. To Democrats who were back around in 2004, remember the grief we felt back then? It was a tough election, for sure. But what happened afterwards? We got back to work to regain the trust of the American people. I was proud to be part of that process as chair of the DSCC, and just 2 years later, the tide turned in a dramatic way. Finally, before I turn to the Senate, let me say this. I hope that after last week we can put to rest the fantasy of stolen elections and rigged outcomes. 4 years ago, the losing side refused to accept the will of the people, and it led to a violent insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. This year, we will not go down that dark and violent path. Now, let me go on to the Senate. Last Tuesday brought a mix of success and disappointment for Senate Democrats. In the final analysis, we hoped for a better result. As happens from time to time, control of this chamber will change from one party to the other. To Senator Brown and Senator Tester, we could not be prouder of the races you ran. More importantly, we could not be prouder of the legacy you have built here in the United States Senate. You are some of the finest people I've ever worked with in this chamber. To both of you, I say thank you. Job well done. Job well done. I've spoken to both Senators Tester and Brown a couple of times this past week, and they're not the ones to get down on themselves. They're not ones to get down on themselves. They're going to be just fine, and they'll continue to do great things for their home states and for our country. But I feel for the people of Montana and Ohio, who will now lose two incredible leaders. To Senators Rosen and Baldwin, we're thrilled that you're coming back for another term, despite all the headwinds and obstacles you faced back home. In fact, despite a difficult year for Democrats, 4 of our most contested seats will remain in the hands of Democrats, and in one other state, the votes are still being counted. Let me repeat that. Despite a difficult year for Democrats, which everyone predicted would be a place where we lost all of our seats almost, despite that, 4 of the most contested seats will remain in Democratic hands: Nevada, Michigan, Arizona, and Wisconsin. And as I said, in one more state, the votes are still being counted. Donald Trump won all those states, but so did our Democratic colleagues and colleagues-to-be. Winning 4 Senate seats from the nation's tightest swing states does not happen on its own. It's a testament to the incredible work Senate Democrats have done in this chamber to benefit the American people. With Democrats in the majority, the United States had its most successful and productive years in decades. Under our watch, this chamber became a place where we got things done, amazing things done. We passed bold legislation that lifted America out of crisis, rebuilt our economy, and invested in good-paying jobs. We passed the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act. We took care of our veterans. We defended Ukraine. We protected marriage equality. We passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which was done more to improve the environment than any other act, and also lowered the cost of prescription drugs. And we did so much more. These accomplishments will continue to pay off for years and decades to come. And I'm proud that the vast majority of our accomplishments were done in a bipartisan fashion. As a result, many of our incumbents are coming back despite a tough year, and multiple swing seats will remain with Democrats. Now, to my newly elected Democratic colleagues from across the country, I extend a welcoming hand. I met with these new members just now in my office. We're excited to get to work. We're excited you're joining our caucus. Now let me turn to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Another closely contested election now comes to an end. To my Republican colleagues, I offer a word of caution in good faith. Take care not to misread the will of the people, and do not abandon the need for bipartisanship. After winning an election, the temptation may be to go to the extreme. We've seen that happen over the decades, and it's consistently backfired on the party in power. So instead of going to the extremes, I remind my colleagues that this body is most effective when it's bipartisan. If we want in the next 4 years the Senate to be as productive as the last 4, the only way that will happen is through bipartisan cooperation. Democrats will be ready to do what we have consistently done: work with both sides when the opportunity arises. Democrats will never abandon our values, but neither will we reject an opportunity to move the ball forward to make people's lives better when we can. The question is now whether or not Republicans are willing to do the same. To my colleagues on the other side, once again, do not abandon bipartisanship. It's the best and most effective way to get things done. It was true in the last 4 years and will be true in the years to come. Finally, let me end with this. For millions of Americans, particularly those on this side of the aisle, this is a difficult moment. But as John F. Kennedy once said, let us not despair, but act. Let us not despair, but act. Let us not give up on the dream that is America. Instead, let us do what those who came before us have always done. Let us persevere. Let us persist. Let us get to work. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
All right, again, that was Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking yesterday. As we do await these other live events, as you can see in those boxes on your screen, Trump and Biden set to meet here in the Oval Office, as well as the box under that the U.S. House Republicans are also holding their elections. We're going to go away for a break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we do have some breaking news to take you out to. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're going to take you out to some breaking news right now. A man who worked for the U.S. government has been charged with leaking classified information assessing Israel's earlier plans to attack Iran. This is all according to court papers that were filed today. That man has been identified. His name is Asif William Rahman. He was arrested by the FBI this week in Cambodia and was due to make his first court appearance in Guam. He was indicted last week in U.S. court in Virginia on 2 counts of willful transmission of national defense information, felony charges that can carry significant prison sentences. It was not immediately clear whether Rahman had a lawyer or which federal agency employed him, but officials say he had top secret security clearance. The charges stem from the documents which are attributed to the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and National Security Agency, appearing last month on a channel of the Telegram messaging app. Those documents noted that Israel was still moving military assets into place to conduct a military strike in response to Iran's missile attack back on October 1st. Israel carried out a retaliatory strike on multiple sites in Iran in late October. The documents were shareable within the Five Eyes which are the United States, Britain, Canada, New Zealand, and Australia. Again, if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, for this breaking news, we are bringing you a U.S. government worker charged with leaking classified documents on Israel's plans to strike Iran. Again, that man has been identified as Asif William Rahman, again, arrested by the FBI this week in Cambodia, and he was due to make his first court appearance in Guam. He was indicted last week in U.S. court in Virginia on 2 counts of willful transmission of national defense information, felony charges, again, that can carry significant prison sentences. Again, he did have a top secret security clearance, although it's not sure as of right now which federal agency employed him. Did want to keep an eye on this for you here on Live Now from Fox and bring this to you as this was just into our newsroom. We are going to go away for our final 2-minute break of the hour. Again, lots going on in Washington, D.C. today that we are going to take you out to. All those live events. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. Again, giving you a live look outside the White House as President-elect Donald Trump will be making his return today. The president-elect's plane just landed moments ago at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland this morning. President Joe Biden, both Trump's successor and predecessor to the presidency, will welcome him to the White House for an Oval Office visit. It's a traditional part of the peaceful handoff of power. It's a ritual that Trump himself declined to participate in 4 years ago. Trump also planned to meet with congressional Republicans as they're focusing on his day one priorities. Oh, it looks like we did have a shot just switch here. If you give me a second, let me ask my producer what this is. So it does appear that this is going to be President Biden as well as First Lady Jill Biden, as they will be speaking at a Classroom to Career Summit. Sometimes these shots do change on us here on Live Now from Fox, as we were just showing you the White House. It looks like this event has not yet started. Let me turn up the sound to see if anyone is speaking.
All right, thank you.
All right, it does look like they are just doing a mic check. So what we're going to do here on Live Now from Fox is we're going to pivot back to what we were showing you before the break, which was Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer speaking. We also heard from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, which we have not played out those remarks for you yet. So let's pivot back over there and listen in, and we'll pop up these boxes to show you all the live events going on.
Mr. President.
Without objection.
I ask consent.
Republican leader, yep. I'm sorry, I was recognizing you, Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum.
Without objection.
A week ago today, the American people stood to be counted. They lined up to make their voices heard, and the message they sent was resoundingly clear. 4 years ago, they watched Washington Democrats take an economy that was primed for recovery and douse it in reckless taxing and inflationary spending. Over 4 years, they watched consumer prices rise more than 20%. As they made tough choices at the grocery store, felt the pain at the gas pump, they watched Washington Democrats deflect blame for the worst inflation in 4 decades. And last Tuesday, they said enough was enough. 4 years ago, they watched Washington Democrats campaign on slashing ICE and halting construction of physical barriers along the southern border. Month by month, they watched as this unseriousness and willful neglect turned into the worst humanitarian and security crisis at the border on record. And last Tuesday, they said enough was enough. 4 years ago, they watched Washington Democrats campaign on defunding the police and going soft on crime. In cities across America, their fears of unchecked violent crime were proven justified. And last Tuesday, they said enough was enough. Last week, American voters were desperate for leaders who could deliver safe streets, secure borders, stable prices, and strength abroad. So they chose to hire Republicans. They maintained a Republican majority in the House. They created a decisive Republican majority in the Senate. And by a wide margin, they put the White House in Republican hands once again. The nation surveyed its problems and decided that Republicans were equipped to put the ship of state back on the right track. Thus far, I've been encouraged by the lack of baseless speculation that Tuesday's decisive result was influenced in any way by foreign interference. Washington Democrats appear to recognize that they're on the losing side of a legitimate, crystal clear mandate. Here in the Senate, I hope they'll work with the new Senate Republican majority as we begin to clean up the messes left over in the last 4 years. The first opportunities to work together are already upon us. The Senate has a great deal of outstanding business that we have to tackle in the coming weeks. We certainly need to pass the long overdue National Defense Authorization Act. Every year, the NDAA gives Congress an indispensable opportunity to set national security priorities. This year, it's a chance to show we appreciate the gravity of an especially dangerous moment. After months of needless dithering, I would urge the Democratic leader to get this must-pass legislation moved without further delay. We also need to work swiftly to deliver urgent supplemental assistance to the states and communities hit hard by natural disasters in recent months. Kentucky knows the power and pain of severe storms and flooding. This year, the communities across the Southeast recovering from major hurricane and flood damage deserve the Senate's attention and support. And before anyone gets home for the holidays, we'll need to extend federal government funding. As I've said before, there is never a political advantage to be gained from allowing core government functions to go dark. The 119th Congress and the 47th President must not inherit a federal government in the middle of a funding crisis. The work ahead of us will require all parties to operate quickly and in good faith. The American people deserve nothing less.
All right, so those were some brief remarks from Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell as he was speaking on election results. But we actually did see Speaker of the House Mike Johnson step up to this live event. We are going to pivot now and head out there.
Something that was almost unbelievable, defies explanation. Everybody thought that this was not possible. The poll said up to the very end, oh, it's neck and neck. Kamala's really the victor. I mean, it was crazy. The poll was off. We knew it the whole time because we all knew instinctively. We were in our districts and we knew that the interviews were the American person for Donald Trump. And what he did is something unlike anything. I mean, it's a singular force in American politics. From the time of the time there's never been any figure who was able to draw a crowd the size that Donald Trump wanted. That didn't go to any place in America. He went to the bombs for crying out loud.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this, but as you can hear, this audio isn't too great right now. So what we're going to do is we are just going to pivot. I'm going to give you some other live looks here right now. Again, to the White House right now as we are awaiting First Lady Jill Biden as well as President Biden to make remarks on education. You can see right there in the background, Classroom to Career Summit 2024. Again, this happening at the White House, but we are expecting Biden and Trump to meet around 11 o'clock this morning. So we will keep an eye on all of this for you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I did want to pivot to some other election news as we do await these events to start. We did want to talk a little bit about what happened yesterday as President-elect Donald Trump is going to have to wait a little longer to learn his fate in his New York hush money case. Fox's Rebecca Castor has more from Washington on the state judge's ruling on Trump's sentencing.
New York State Judge Juan Merchan is pressing pause on President-elect Donald Trump's criminal hush money case, deciding to postpone a decision on whether or not to undo Trump's conviction.
I think that his attorneys are eager to appeal not just any sentence, but the underlying trial. And so I don't feel that this is necessarily welcome news by the Trump team.
Trump was found guilty back in May of falsifying business records related to payments made in 2016 to former porn star Stormy Daniels to cover up an alleged affair the two had. Just a month after the conviction, the Supreme Court ruled ex-presidents can't be prosecuted for actions they took while in office, and prosecutors can't cite those actions in cases centered on purely personal conduct.
His personal interest is obviously his criminal liability. The public interest is whether having the proceedings interferes with his ability to carry out his constitutional duties as president.
After that Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity, Merchan said he would decide by today whether to keep the verdict, order a new trial, or dismiss the conviction altogether. But Trump's legal team requested a delay over the weekend, and Merchan now says he'll make a ruling on November 19th.
Saying that because Donald Trump is now president-elect, it raises all kinds of new constitutional questions. On one hand, the immunity issue from the Supreme Court, but also sentencing, given that he obviously wouldn't be able to execute that sentence because he will be at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Donald Trump's sentencing is scheduled for November 26th, but it's unclear at this point whether that date will hold or not. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you to Rebecca Castor. And we also did want to just bring you this story before the break. A man has been identified as Asif William Rahman, and he was arrested by the FBI this week in Cambodia due to make his first court appearance in Guam. He was a man who worked for the U.S. government, and he has been charged with leaking classified information assessing Israel's earlier plans to attack Iran. It does appear that we do have this other live event on with the House speakers. Sorry, 1 second. My producer's trying to just give me some information. Oh, okay. All right. So we do have an event that has started. We try to bring this to you here. It does look like President-elect Trump has stepped up to the podium over here. So let's pivot back over to this story.
Good friends in this room. So you know we had like historic kind of numbers, especially for the president, but we won't get into that. But the House did very well, and I think we're responsible for 31, helping you with 31, meaning we could have lost by quite a bit, and we ended up, I guess you'll be 5 up. Are you looking at 5 or 4? 5 or 4, right? Doesn't matter. We get used to one for a little while. When you can get used to one, you can get used to anything. So I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. We worked with a lot of you to get you in, and you helped me, and you helped me too. And my numbers were, so they say, the 129 years, the most important election in 129 years. That's pretty good. I said, who is the 129 years? What was that, Doc Ronnie? Who was 129 years ago? I'd never looked because it started at being 100, and then they upped it to that, but it's a great compliment. We won the majority by 7.1 million. We won, which is great because Republicans aren't supposed to be winning the majority, Marjorie. You know that, right? And we won that, and we won it every way, all 7 swing states by a lot. And then Michigan was great, couldn't be better, I'll tell you. Michigan was great, and we have almost New Jersey is right, just a few points. It's got them very worried because they say, well, next time if we go up even a fraction of what we went up, you're going to win New York, you're going to win New Jersey, you're going to win places that weren't winnable. California, too. I think without one speech, without campaigning at all, California.
Okay, it does appear that we are having some technical issues here. You can hear the sound did just go out and the camera is on the floor. So we are going to just turn this back up for 1 second, see if anything has come up. If not, we will pivot away. All right, okay, it does appear that for some reason that shot has gone out. So what we're going to do here on Live Now from Fox is we're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll regroup and we'll bring you some more live events on the other side of this break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a live event that just started that we are going to play out for you. President Biden as well as First Lady Jill Biden speaking on education at the White House. Let's pivot and listen in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, please. Well, Joe, that started our day off right, didn't it? So welcome to the White House. Several years ago, a student of mine came running into my classroom and breathlessly said that she had seen me on TV. She had said, Mom, that's my English teacher. And her mother said, that's not your English teacher, that's the second lady. So when Joe was elected as vice president, people assumed that I would stop teaching. But, you know, I just couldn't give it up. I am first, foremost, and forever a teacher. I did both, the White House and teaching. In the morning, I'd stand in front of my community college students for the... for their 8 a.m. English comp class. Actually, I'm still doing it. And by the evening, I was at the White House, state dinner or boarding Air Force Two. Then one day in 2010, some White House advisors were trying to figure out and determine, you know, who could highlight the role of community colleges in our economy. Then someone had this revelation, you know, so wait, doesn't the second lady work at a community college? So this might be surprising, but I think I had gotten so good at stitching the two worlds together and sort of hiding the seams that I never considered using my experience to become an advocate. But I said yes. And at the time, I called community colleges America's best-kept secret. And I knew that they deserved to be seen and celebrated and championed at every level of government. And Joe knows this too. So when he became president, Joe put community colleges front and center in his workforce strategy. And from day one as First Lady, I knew that community colleges would be a priority for me. So part of that means pushing to make them tuition-free. And so I've been so proud to work alongside dedicated leaders like my friend Martha Cantor, Walter Bumpus and Jihang Lee, who have been dedicated partners in this work. So today, less than a decade after we launched the effort to make community colleges free, 34 states plus Washington, D.C. and counting offer tuition-free community college and job training programs. We came close to making community college free for everyone across the country, but a few senators, I'm not going to name them, blocked our way. But that wasn't the end. This movement continues to gain momentum. We must keep fighting for free community college. As First Lady, I've also focused on strengthening the pathways between classrooms and careers. Nearly, and you probably all know this, but nearly 60% of graduating high school students don't go directly to a 4-year degree. We know that. 6 out of every 10 students. Some will start working. Some will go to community college or technical colleges. Some won't even know what they want to do next. So we continue to keep transforming education to bridge the gap between what students learn and the careers that they can enter. We've had amazing partners in high schools across the country and in advocates like Becky Pringle and Randy Weingarten. Together, we're making sure that high school graduation isn't a sudden halt in a student's education, but rather like this seamless step forward, whether that's on a college campus, a registered apprenticeship, or another career opportunity. And we've partnered with the leaders of unions and businesses and school districts, colleges, and universities and to match what local employers and the workers that they need. And that's what we've been able to do with our Investing in America workforce hubs. And it's a model that communities across the country can replicate. Community colleges are no longer America's best-kept secret. Thanks to the progress of Joe's administration and what they've created, we're on our way to making them America's best-kept promise. Thank you. There's more ground to cover, and it will take all of us to get there. If we work together, we can build a future where more high school students will graduate with credits and skills that they can apply to their future careers, where community college is free for every student in every state of America, and where all students have a clear pathway to jobs that pay well right in the communities where they grew up. This semester is coming to a close. My students are starting to write their last assignments, and they're signing up for new classes, or some are going to graduate. Joe and I are also preparing for what's coming next. Of our lives to serve in the White House and to work alongside really all of you in this room. So as you keep pushing forward to make our country shine with opportunity, know that you will always have a partner in us. And now I'd like to introduce a longtime champion of our nation's students. Not only has Joe always supported my career as an educator, but as president, he wakes up every day with a mission to lift up all Americans through the endless possibility of education. Please welcome your president, my husband and hero, Joe Biden.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank all of you, please. I'm Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. And you can see she doesn't have any strong notions or ideas. You know, teaching is not what Jill does. It's who she is. And I mean that, like many of you teachers. It's just built in her DNA. She was surprised when we got elected vice president. And she said she wanted to keep teaching. I said, of course. She looked at me like, really, you're going to do that? And we did it. But the point is that this is a passion. It's a passion for Jill. And the way I look at it is a simple proposition. How can we be the greatest nation in the world and not have the best education system in the world? I mean it. Think about it. It's pretty straightforward. So I'm honored to host this White House Classroom of Career Summit. Look, 15 years ago, when Jill hosted the first one during our vice presidency, to state the obvious, as I said, what Jill for Jill, being an educator is just what she is, period. I believe the work she's done to connect students in good-paying jobs will prove one of the most important efforts of our presidency, and I mean it. Look, that's why we're all here today. And I want to thank Congressman Norcross in New Jersey. I keep reminding my Jersey guys, we do really well in Jersey. Jill's a Jersey girl, born and raised. And I tell them, though, there was actually a case a long time ago. Delaware is the second smallest state in the nation, but we own the Delaware River up to the high water mark in New Jersey. There's a Supreme Court decision, for real. So I just want you to know, that's why we're so close. Just step off. Anyway. You're a good man, pal. You really are. And the members of my cabinet are here. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And leaders of business, education, unions, philanthropy, nonprofits, and more, you know, for being here and for your leadership. And I mean it sincerely. You know, when we came to office, the pandemic was raging, the economy was reeling. And from day one, I was determined not only to vaccinate the nation, deliver immediate economic relief for the folks who need it the most, but I also determined to transform the way our economy works for everyone. To write a new economic playbook, and I mean this sincerely, a new economic playbook, build the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not from the top down. My dad used to have an expression. He said, you know, Joey, when you talk about trickle-down economics, not a whole hell of a lot trickles down on our kitchen table. Well, when we do that, the poor have a ladder up, and the middle class do well, and the wealthy still be able to do very well. And we all do well. It's a playbook based on a value set that my dad taught me. He used to say, and I mean this sincerely, Joey, your job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your place in the community. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it, and mean it. It matters. Not everyone has felt the progress because it takes time. We've emerged from a crisis. We have the strongest economy in the world, much more to do. Working families and middle class are the center of a strong, equitable, and sustainable recovery. And the big reason why is that I call the Investing in American agenda. You know, it's a page from our economic playbook that invests in all of America and all Americans, creating pathways for millions of good-paying jobs being created in our economy. You know, the key pieces of the Investing in America include historic laws that I've signed, the historic investments in modernizing our roads and bridges, our ports, airports, public transit. We're replacing poisonous lead pipes. We're delivering clean water to every American. It's take time. But it's the beginning. It's real. It's there. We're delivering affordable high-speed internet and so much more. Roosevelt talked about the need to electrify America during that history. Well, how can you have access to being able to participate in everything? In fact, you don't have access to affordable internet. You don't have access to, anyway, don't get me going. But look, we're also making sure that the supply chain, I don't think Americans heard much about supply chain before we came to office. But the supply chain starts in America. We can no longer, for the longest time, corporate America decided to export the jobs because they're cheaper labor and import the product. Well, not us. We've changed that dynamic. For example, semiconductors, those little computer chips small in the tip of my little finger. You know, they power everything from our smartphones to automobiles to weapon systems. America invented those chips. We in the United States invented them. We modernized them. We did all the work on it. But we stopped making them. We used to have over 40% of the market, and we got down to virtually none of it. But not anymore. Today, we're making once-in-a-generation investments in American science and innovation that are building chip factories all across America. And they're going to be creating tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. And that's not hyperbole, but it takes time to build them. The one thing I was all excited about how much we've invested and how much is coming. But it's taking time. You have to build those so-called fabs. These, quote, fabs, these factories that build these things, are as big as football fields. And guess what? They pay about an average of $105,000 a year. You don't need a college degree to get there. And that doesn't even count the tens of billions of dollars being spent to build these facilities and attract other businesses. And I signed the most significant climate law ever in American history, but in the history of the world. The Congress will tell you we were told we couldn't get it done, but we got it done. We got it done. And it's leading us into a clean energy future. with even more good-paying clean energy jobs than American workers. As a result of these laws and other things we've done, I won't take all your time, but the key actions, the end result is we've created, in the 4 years we've been, almost 4 years we've been here, we've created 16 million new jobs, brand new jobs, since I took office. The most in any single U.S. presidential term. Inflation is at 2.6%, close to the pre-pandemic rate. Unemployment is down to 4.1%, longest stretch for a long, long time that low. Despite the critics saying we had to lower our ambitions to get the economy going, we've attracted off the sidelines from private enterprise over $1 trillion, $1 trillion in private investment in clean energy and manufacturing that are creating good-paying jobs and building factories here in America where they belong. And all this historic investment is happening in every part of the country. You know, remember my call saying I'm a president for all Americans, no matter who they voted for. Well, keeping that commitment, the majority of the investments are actually in red states, not blue states, because they got hurt the most by the policies early on. All those factories shutting down. How many times did you come from places where you had Mom, my grandpapa and grandmom worked in that factory. My mom and dad worked there. But I got to move, Mom, because there's no job. The factory's gone. I got hurt very badly. It takes away the soul of a community. We're making sure these Americans have access to good-paying jobs that are being created. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 30s, which hardly anybody knew, hardly anybody paid attention to. When Franklin Roosevelt was trying to make it fair for unions to be able to organize so that businesses couldn't just crush them because they started, there was a provision in the law in the early 30s that said when a president is authorized by Congress to spend money on a project, he has to do two things. He has to use that money to hire American workers, and he has to use American products. Well, this administration, past administrations failed to do that. Like I said, so much was exported overseas. Well, not on my watch. My administration buys American. We're making sure the federal projects we're building, roads, bridges, highways, and more are going to be made with American products, built by American workers, and creating good-paying American jobs. Jobs that don't require a four-year college degree. Jobs you can raise a family on. In fact, my administration is requiring many of these kinds of projects to pay what a union wage called the Davis-Bacon prevailing wage. We're expanding registered apprenticeships, resulting in hiring more than 1 million apprentices since we've come to office. Remember, business came along and said, we'll do the apprenticeships. Yeah, right. Well, guess what? They're not. A lot of folks don't realize that an apprenticeship is like earning a college degree. You know, you spend up to 4 or 5 years training. Well, you get paid while you're doing it to learn the trade, to lead a good paying job, like going to school before you can be registered in that particular expertise. They're among the best workers in the world. Today, I'm proud to announce that for the first time ever, the number of women in apprenticeships has reached 100,000. 3 times the number from a decade ago. When I took office, not a single state had a registered apprenticeship program for teachers. Today, 46 states plus Puerto Rico and D.C. have launched registered apprenticeship programs for teachers. So almost say I did that because I feared for my life, but not true. I wanted to do it anyway. I'm also proud to announce that we've committed more than $80 billion towards strengthening and expanding our workforce. As Jill just described, that includes supporting free community college programs so students and workers can train for good jobs without the burden of student debt. It also describes what we launched the workforce hubs, where we collaborate with local leaders, community colleges, unions, local businesses to train and connect Americans to good-paying jobs. And it's good for students and workers. It grows the economy for everyone. I know I'm listed as the most pro-union president in American history. I'm very proud of that. But guess what? Guess what, folks? Business is now acknowledging that it helps them too. I had Treasury Department do a study. What's the effect of focusing on unions? Everybody's standard of living is raised. Everybody's. We're also really proud to have launched the American Climate Corps, you know, patterned after the Peace Corps and the American Corps, to put tens of thousands of young people on the path to good paying, clean energy, apprenticeships, and jobs. That's the future. And with the support of the private sector, we're also bringing business into the high schools so younger students can learn about and train for good paying jobs, including those that don't require four-year degrees, as Jill pointed out. There's so much more that you'll learn about today's summit, and many of you bring more information as well. But look, it really matters. Let me close with this. You heard Jill speak about incredible students. Well, joining us today is another American worker who embodies an incredible character that we see all over the country. Maurice Bogart. Maurice, I'm going to ask you to come up here in a second. Father of two young children, one of whom I work for. He's going to actually come up. Look, Maurice from Cleveland, Ohio. From the day his children were born, he had a survival mindset to do whatever he could to improve the positive circumstances for his family. 12 to 16-hour days and multiple jobs, even working out of town for months at a time, just to get by. Just it meant fewer hours with his children as well and his family. Last year, his sister, who's also with him today, stand up. Every man like me needs a strong sister, and I have one, thank God. We sent him to a link to about a pre-apprenticeship program where you learn a trade, funded by the American Rescue Plan that I signed into law as soon as I came to office. Well, Maurice signed up, and within hours he had an appointment. He soon started a 4-week training program to connect him with his local IBEW, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Today, he's on his way to becoming a journeyman electrician, working at the stadium of his hometown baseball team, the Cleveland Guardians. Yes, sir. Good paying job with good hours, good benefits, and a lifelong career. And a sense of dignity and pride to be the father he always wanted to be.
Yes, sir.
And it's not just him. Millions of workers and families have more opportunity today than they did 4 years ago in an economy that is growing from the middle out and the bottom up. He can put him down. He can do whatever he wants. All you got to do, look, you can do anything you want, pal. Okay? And if you want to make a speech later, you can, all right? All right. Economy where everybody has a fair shot. We leave nobody behind. Invest in America and all Americans. That's what we've done together by reminding ourselves who we are. For Lord's sake, we're the United States of America. There's nothing. I mean this in front of my heart. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. And there's no group I'd rather be doing it with than all of you. So God bless you all. May God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Distinguished guests, please remain in your seats as the President and First Lady depart. And as we transition the stage...
Okay, so we were just listening in there to First Lady Jill Biden and President Biden speaking on the topic of education. But as we heard from the president, he also talked about his record, inflation. Again, all of this coming ahead of him supposed to meet with President-elect Donald Trump around 11 a.m. here on the East Coast. So just about 25 minutes or so. We will bring that to you, of course, here on Live Now from Fox. I did also want to pop up this live image as this is inside the Capitol building as the incoming Senate Republican Conference is meeting for their secret ballot elections for several leadership positions this morning, of course, including Senate, who will be their new leader. And we have 3 people that are being tossed around for that position title. That's Senate Minority Whip John Thune, Senator John Cornyn from Texas, and Florida Senator Rick Scott. We've seen these reporters staked out here all morning, just waiting for some senators to come out to speak to. We've seen a couple come out, and they're pretty quick to walk right out of the room there, and haven't heard yet from any of them. But of course, we'll keep an eye on this for you here. Also happening on Capitol Hill today, U.S. House Republicans are holding their closed leadership elections. President-elect Trump and Elon Musk are set to make an appearance. Of course, this coming after President-elect Trump announced that Elon Musk, as well as former GOP presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy, will be leading the Department of Government Efficiency. All of this happening today in the nation's capital. We are going to keep an eye on all of it for you here, as we always do, on Live Now from Fox. Let's go away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. It's about 10:40 here on the East Coast, 7:40 on the West Coast. And just moments away, we are expecting President-elect Donald Trump to meet in the Oval Office with President Biden. We do have Fox News crews there. As soon as we hear anything on that conversation, we will, of course, let you know here on Live Now from Fox. I did also want to share this live image with you. This is outside the White House, and you can see some of Trump's supporters there awaiting his motorcade as he is set to arrive here shortly to meet with President Biden. Again, this is the big day, the big meeting between the two, and this is the start of that peaceful transfer of power that the two have been speaking about. I do want to turn to Fox's Doug Luzader as he's reporting from Washington this morning. He reports that, as we've been telling you here on Live Now from Fox all morning, this isn't the only big event happening in Washington, D.C. today.
Taking place here on Capitol Hill today and at the White House, a traditional but awkward meeting in the Oval Office. Is the White House big enough for both of them? Later this morning, President-elect Donald Trump is set to arrive here for his one-on-one post-election meeting with President Joe Biden.
He wants to show the American people that the system works, right? To trust on the institution, to trust that the norms do matter here.
A norm, but 4 years ago, Trump, who was disputing the 2020 election results, did not invite Biden.
I'm so happy that all of our new members are here.
Meantime, on Capitol Hill today, Republican senators will vote for a successor to leader Mitch McConnell. 3 candidates are vying for the job. And while the House is still up for grabs, with election results still coming in, Republicans hope to retain their majority there, even as at least 2 members depart to join the Trump administration.
Someone gets ill or has a car accident or a late flight on their plane, that it affects the votes on the floor.
And among the most recent hires for the Trump administration, South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem has been picked to lead the Department of Homeland Security. A former director of national intelligence, John Ratcliffe, has been selected as CIA director. A former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee is in line to become the U.S. ambassador to Israel. Fox News host Pete Hegseth has been chosen to be the next Secretary of Defense. Billionaire Elon Musk and former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy will jointly lead a newly created Department of Government Efficiency to reduce bureaucracy. And in addition to his meeting with President Biden this morning, President-elect Trump also meeting with House Republicans here on Capitol Hill. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Thank you to Doug Luzader. And of course, as he said, we are keeping an eye on all of this for you, giving you a live look at the White House right now. Lawmakers, as you heard him say, also returning to Washington today after 6 weeks away from the nation's capital. Republicans now have control of the Senate. We are still waiting on the House results, although it does look like they are on track to maintain their majority there as well. Now the focus is shifting to which Republicans will hold the top leadership positions in Congress. We're going to turn to Fox's Rebecca Castor for that. She reports that President-elect Donald Trump is sure to have some influence in all of that.
Republicans taking their victory lap on Capitol Hill Tuesday, returning to Washington for the first time since last week's red wave. The GOP flipped the Senate and is on the cusp of maintaining control of the House.
We believe in our hearts that America's best days are ahead of us, and we're excited to deliver upon that promise.
Louisiana Congressman Mike Johnson is likely to keep his role as Speaker of the House. The bigger question is which Republican will lead the new Senate. Mitch McConnell is stepping down after leading his party for nearly 2 decades.
If we don't have the right leader in the Senate, then what's going to happen is all the things that Donald Trump wants to do is going to get bogged down, not going to happen.
Florida Senator Rick Scott is one lawmaker vying for the role. He's up against Texas Senator John Cornyn and Senate Minority Whip John Thune.
In the end, the senators who are going to be voting, they know me. They know my record and how hard we've worked.
Scott is seen as the most aligned with the president-elect. Donald Trump has not endorsed a candidate, but his close ally Elon Musk is supporting Scott. Wednesday, senators will vote by a secret ballot.
We will pick a leader who will advance President Trump's agenda.
So far, Trump has tapped 2 House Republicans to join his administration. Elise Stefanik is nominated for ambassador to the United Nations, and Mike Waltz has been offered the role of national security advisor. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you to Fox's Rebecca Castor. And of course, a lot of questions surrounding Trump's legal troubles as well. And as we learned yesterday, President-elect Donald Trump, he's going to have to wait a little longer to learn his fate in his New York hush money case. We also going to turn back to Fox's Rebecca Castor. She has more from Washington on the state judge's ruling on Trump's sentencing. Let's turn back to Rebecca.
New York State Judge Juan Merchan is pressing pause on President-elect Donald Trump's criminal hush money case, deciding to postpone a decision on whether or not to undo Trump's conviction.
I think that his attorneys are eager to appeal not just any sentence, but the underlying trial. And so I don't feel that this is necessarily welcome news by the Trump team.
Trump was found guilty back in May of falsifying business records related to payments made in 2016 to former porn star Stormy Daniels to cover up an alleged affair the two had. Just a month after the conviction, the Supreme Court ruled ex-presidents can't be prosecuted for actions they took while in office, and prosecutors can't cite those actions in cases centered on purely personal conduct.
His personal interest is obviously his criminal liability. The public interest is whether having the proceedings interferes with his ability to carry out his constitutional duties as president.
After that Supreme Court ruling on presidential immunity, Merchan said he would decide by today whether to keep the verdict, order a new trial, or dismiss the conviction altogether. But Trump's legal team requested a delay over the weekend, and Merchan now says he'll make a ruling on November 19th.
Saying that because Donald Trump is now president-elect, it raises all kinds of new constitutional questions. On one hand, the immunity issue from the Supreme Court, but also sentencing, given that he obviously wouldn't be able to execute that sentence because he will be at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
Donald Trump's sentencing is scheduled for November 26th, but it's unclear at this point whether that date will hold or not. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
Thank you to Rebecca Castor. And we are going to go away for a break. But before we did, I did want to show you some live images that we are getting into our newsroom out of Washington, D.C. right now. Let's start with this one. This one is at the United States Capitol. We've seen these reporters staked out here all morning as Senate Republicans are meeting. They are going to decide a number of positions in leadership. However, the big one that we're all waiting to find out here is who the Senate Majority Leader will be. Again, we've seen some senators coming in and out here. Haven't heard from any of them as of yet. We do see that podium set up there. Hopefully we will hear from someone. And if we do, of course, we're going to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox as it happens. I also did want to share this live look at with you, as well as the House Democrats set to hold their weekly presser amid all of the hustle and bustle today in Washington, D.C. Again, President Biden is set to meet with President-elect Trump in just minutes now at the 11 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. And speaking of, I did also want to share this live look with you. This is outside the White House right now as we are awaiting Trump's motorcade to arrive. We did bring you here the image of Trump's planned landing at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland just about an hour or so ago. As soon as we see the motorcade pull up, we will let you know. We do see some people who are his supporters standing there watching and waiting as well. Let's go away for a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for watching. My name's Christy Matino. We'll be back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did want to turn to an interview I did within the last hour about President-elect Donald Trump and President Biden meeting today. What does this meeting mean? We're going to turn to Seth Radwell. He's a political analyst that joins us here frequently on Live Now from Fox as we await that meeting to start. What can we expect during this meeting? Well, for that, we do want to bring in Seth Radwell. He's a political analyst and a friend of the show. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you so much, Christy. It's great to be back with you.
Great. Yeah, we're happy to have you. So first question here, what can we expect? Again, this is the first step in this peaceful transfer of power. What exactly does that mean?
Well, it's very important in many ways. This is a decades-old tradition of the outgoing president hosting the incoming president in the Oval Office. It's part of a whole series of traditions that relate to demonstrating in the U.S. that we have a peaceful transition of power, going back all the way to the original starting of the country when John Adams first was president and then had to yield that to Thomas Jefferson. So we've done this many times. What's interesting about this one today is that it requires extensive preparation. Both chiefs of staff have spoken before. They've worked out an agenda. There's been very cordial planning. But what's interesting is that 4 years ago, of course, this did not happen. When Trump was disputing the 2020 election in 2021 in January for his inauguration, number one, there was no invitation in December or November for Biden to come to the White House, nor did Trump attend the inauguration. And both of those were quite unprecedented.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, have we seen this scenario before? You know, Biden beating Trump back in 2020. Now Trump is coming back after Biden. Could this create maybe sort of an awkward situation, so to say? Have we seen this before in U.S. history?
Well, there's no question that it's awkward, but we have seen it before in one case. Well, first of all, there was a presidential rematch in 1956 when President Dwight Eisenhower beat for the second time Adlai Stevenson. So that was a rematch. But I think more attuned to what's happening now, if you have to go back to Grover Cleveland, he was elected to president in 1884, and he lost to Benjamin Harrison in 1888, but then he defeated Harrison in 1892. So he did, in fact, come back, much like Trump. So that's the last time we've had a situation like this. It was one time in our history back in the 1880s.
And I am pulling up a live image right now of President-elect Donald Trump landing in Washington, D.C., as he is set to meet with Biden here very shortly. My next question for you, one of the big topics here, Israel. How much is that going to be at the forefront of the conversation?
I think it will be a big topic. So the meeting today in terms of substance will be broad-ranging. But much of the substance, I'm convinced, will be international security issues because there's so many of them going on. Israel will be maybe at the top of the list, along with the Ukraine war. Again, because these are going to be international issues and security issues, this will all be confidential. We don't expect big reporting out of what they discuss, but this will be the topic. I also think another security issue they will discuss will be attempts at election interference by foreign nations. There was a report that I'm not sure how verified it had become that Iran was behind an attempt to assassinate Trump on election day. So there were many cases of interference this last election, including that one. And so that will also be on the agenda. I think there are many other international issues as well. Now, of course, they will discuss domestic issues, and we'll probably get some readout of what was discussed, but it will be very high level since, again, most of the conversation will be confidential.
And we do know as well a big day in Washington as U.S. House Republicans are meeting today, as well as Senate Republicans. They're expected to pick their new majority leader. Will that be a big part of what we can expect Trump and Biden to also discuss today?
Well, this is a very interesting situation because there are three candidates that are vying to take the Senate Majority Leader position from McConnell. Right. One is John Cornyn, one is John Thune, and then there's Rick Scott from Florida. And it seems that the senators are very much keen on keeping Trump out of this decision. They have a decorum, a policy in the Senate that goes way back, and they're resisting Trump's influence. But I think it's interesting that Trump, I think, probably would prefer Senator Rick Scott from Florida, but I'm not sure he will push that issue far. I did note, though, and I think you mentioned it, that Elon Musk will join Mr. Trump with the House Republicans. So I'm not sure if that's an indication that maybe President-elect Trump will try to push his decision, if you will, his influence in who becomes majority leader in the Senate. But it isn't.
All right, that was just some of my interview from a little bit earlier today of what we can expect this meeting between President-elect Donald Trump and President Biden to look like. We do have to take our final 2-minute break of the hour. We have more news for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate you being here, and I did want to show you some live images that we are keeping an eye on for you if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Again, this is the U.S. Capitol as we've been bringing this image to you live throughout the morning. A lot of reporters there. What's happening today is that the Senate Republicans are meeting to discuss their new leadership positions, and we are awaiting to hear who the new majority leader will be. Again, we've seen some senators walking in and out, haven't heard from anyone yet, but that podium right there that you're seeing on your screen, that is where someone will hopefully come up and speak. So as soon as we do see that, of course, we'll bring it to you here. Did also want to show you this live image of the White House as right now President-elect Donald Trump and President Biden are meeting in the Oval Office to begin this peaceful transfer of power. We are going to get those remarks here in just a little bit. It is not going to be taken live. It is being taped right now. We'll play those back to you as soon as we see it. Also, this live image, this is where the House Democrats are going to hold their weekly press conference as we do await that as well. It's set to start here in about 2 minutes, but as we do know, sometimes these things start late here on Live Now from Fox. Whichever one starts first, we will bring it to you. Last live image I want to bring you here is outside the White House as we are awaiting President-elect Donald Trump's motorcade. You can see a lot of his supporters there as, again, he is meeting with President Biden as we speak. So we do have those people waiting there, and we will bring all of this to you as soon as we get it here on Live Now for Fox. Actually, it looks like we might be getting something happening here right now. Could be the motorcade. Let's turn up the sound and listen in really quickly. All right, again, it does look like this is President-elect Donald Trump's motorcade arriving to the White House right now as he is set to speak with President Biden in the Oval Office. We are going to, again, bring those comments to you when we get it. Again, it won't be live. It will be taped. We are going to sit on this for just a minute here as we watch the motorcade go by. I'm going to leave up the audio for you. You can see some of his supporters taking photos, running to the street corner to see this all happening and unfolding live here in Washington, D.C. outside the White House. Let's sit on this for just a minute here.